7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where Jake Reynolds is welcoming us this morning in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And how nice is that to have, Doug? That
it's just comforting.
He's a greeter, and he's a delight. Morning, boys. How about them doggies?
Well, did something happen to the doggies last night?
Doug! No wonder Channel 4 got beat last night in the old Sportsaroo.
They call that the old Sportsaroo?
When we go 2-4-5, it's like we're all in the cage match together.
Rich Gould not being in the cage match at Channel 11.
Frank's got to sit down. He's doing some hit and run. But we had highlights, Doug, of the doggies because they played in the U.S. Open Cup. And they were playing Omaha United or United Omaha.
We're all taking steps back.
2-zip final. Took a while to score some goals.
I would say 2-0.
All right.
Well, I'm new here.
Okay, we got a couple.
They got a couple. Won that U.S. Open Cup match.
Martin, now that you have been, I would call it, made awares of the Busman special pace of play, and you were down there yesterday with your buddy Sharky in from San Diego. You were in the TMA group chat making the observation that things were moving along at a rather brisk pace at Busch Stadium.
It really is a thing. I told my buddy, Paul Sharkey, I said, this game is going to fly. He said, well, how do you know? I said, this game is going to fly. And Sonny Gray had a 2-zip lead. I don't know if it was the 4th or the 5th, but he walked a couple of guys. And I seriously think the Pirates bench was like, oh, come on.
Like, throw some strikes.
And not only that, but their guys just keep swinging. And one of their pitchers, I forget what inning it was. I was very closely monitoring the game.
Sure.
He was in trouble, giving up runs, and I thought, boy, this is when the pitching coach would normally come out. And I swear to you, they skipped a mound visit just to keep it moving. The Pirates are awful. The Cardinals are soaring. There you go, Doug. 5 in a row. 500 for the first time since 9-9. But that game, flying by. What was it? I don't know the official time.
You sent it in the group chat. I think it was 2:17.
Well, that was my guesstimate.
Oh,
I'll try and get the official word for you.
I remember back in the days when Gibson was dealing in the 60s, early 70s, they'd play games sometimes less than 2 hours.
2 hours and 17 for yesterday.
Yeah.
Attendance 27,453. Martin, you were there. What would you say the attendance was?
I'd say about 19. I go a third off, which I actually said to the Bill DeWitt. He said he thought that was too high. But I think whatever they announce, I usually slice off about a third. But yesterday, it was a beautiful day.
Glorious conditions
for
the players.
Perfect. And it was good baseball. Our friend Vic Scott circling the bases. He said he'd never scored twice in a game from first.
That was fun. I love watching that.
Do you know the Pirates have now been shut out 8 times already this year? They hate scoring runs. They absolutely deplore run scoring. And the Cardinals, bless their hearts, lead all of Major League Baseball in batting average.
How about that?
260 team average, #1 in baseball. Didn't think we'd see that.
And how about Mason Wynn? Remember, he was like 0 for the season.
Yeah.
Like 260, whatever it is. It was fun. They were running the bases. Sonny was dealing.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
There you go, Doug.
Dude be bussin'?
That's right. Yeah, what don't you understand?
Oh, bussin'?
Jackson, you are our 27-year-old representative. What can you tell Doug about Mason Wynn and the dude being bussing?
It's just kind of like it's a positive thing, you know, like, oh, he's bussing, you know.
Does that answer your question?
Does
that sassify you?
Like we used to say, keep on trucking.
Like this Peking duck. This Peking duck is bussing.
That's food, right?
Right. It's delicious. It's
so
great.
Can a player also be bussing?
Yeah, something is great. They're bussing.
But why would you choose bussin' as that word to describe greatness?
It might have to do like when you take a piece of jewelry and you put diamonds all over it. It's called a bust down, and so it's kind of like. It's kind of like that. That's just a guess. I don't know if that's 100% accurate.
Huh. A bust down. I've never heard that word either.
Yeah.
This show's currency seems to be stupidity.
Right. So that's correct.
I was noting during the game, they still do the old school da-da-da-da, charge.
Oh, nice.
And I was thinking, where did that come from? Da-da-da-da, charge. Like a military, like a battle cry.
Was that what the horn boy would do, and then people would yell "charge" back in wartime? Is that where it comes from?
Feels military in its nature.
You might have heard it on F Troop at some point.
It is written by a guy named Tommy Walker.
Tommy Walker,
who was a junior at USC in the fall of '46.
Oh wow! Fresh off WW2, Doug. That makes sense then.
And then when the Brooklyn Dodgers moved to LA, they started using it. They started playing the 6 notes of the charge fanfare, as it's called.
So the guy at USC started it.
And then it got, think, even more popularized by the Flintstones.
Flintstones?
So I don't remember that.
They used it, I guess,
Who
in
did
one
the
of their episodes.
Flintstones charge?
I don't know
Mr.
who they
Slate?
did. It just was,
he was a Banny Rooster.
it was just used in the Flintstones in the 60s.
You know, Dave Murray's son went to USC, and he was the yell leader during those great Reggie Bush, Pete Carroll teams.
Oh, yeah?
They had a yell leader. They have a yell leader at Mizzou. You get, one of those giant megaphones. With, not...
Dave Murray was the yell leader.
His son.
Oh, son.
His son went to USC, and Dave was huge into Reggie Bush, Pete Carroll, that whole team, because his son was the yell leader. I kind of like that. You get the cheering squad. Maybe to get to that next level, Mizzou, Coach Drake, get a yell leader.
Jackson's uncomfortable with what goes on in College Station. Are those yell leaders?
Yeah, oh yeah.
See,
Why
you
don't you
hear
like
that? You
him?
hear that? You can you can sense right
disdain.
there that he's uncomfortable with it. I don't know what he's uncomfortable with. I just know he is uncomfortable with it.
They practice the night before. They're all
This is a show, of course, that frowns on preparation.
practicing cheering. You have to practice cheering at midnight the night before, and they're dressed like milkmen. And they have weird positions that they get in. It's very the whole Texas A&M thing is kind of odd. Wow. They're it's like an army and the general's a dog. It's a whole confusing thing.
Well, if you're Gig'em, call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text line 314-399-9646. Martin, you have been working on the Stiefel dossier, and we have a friend dropping by, Doug, because yours said that ours is the type.
Ours is the type of show where friends feel they can drop by at any time.
Strick will be here, 9 o'clock. Andy Strickland, FanDuel Sports Network, also the Cam and Strick podcast. And
I like that podcast.
And the first, you'll listen, who's the guest? So-and-so, played for the Panthers for 10 years. But the first hour and a half is Cam dunking on Andy, Andy giving it back to Cam. They just give each other crap for about an hour and a half. And then
type of podcast.
All right, let's get to our guest. So Strick will be here. We'll talk some Blues, of course.
Some of the boys were in the green seats yesterday.
Yes. Falker. Neighbors.
Gaylord Fokker from Meet the Parents, Doug. Remember that? Hard to believe it's 25 years
Ben
old.
Stiller.
May of 2000. How about that? Terry Polo, am I right? Terry Polo?
I don't know Terry Polo.
Pretty sure. And she did Playboy in 2006.
I just don't know the years, Tim.
Jackson, check on that.
Tyler Tucker. Joel Hofer. Who am I forgetting that? I believe
Gooseroff?
Dylan Holloway. And
Take your shirt off. Did you see him in any cast?
No, I have to be honest. So Nick Leddy was the other one. So in the Cards clubhouse, the Blues players were hanging with Burleson and Donovan for a long time, just talking whatever. And there were people, media type, now who's that? And we were going through them all. I couldn't identify the sixth, and it was Holloway. He must have cut his hair or something. I did not recognize him, but I thought Tucker was the one I saw in kind of a knee brace situation.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But Holloway was kind of staged up into the locker of Brian Donovan.
Right there. Did he yell at anybody to take their shirt off?
He was yelling at the media to take their shirt
know.
off. I said, I don't recommend that. But yeah, the boys are right there behind home plate.
Get Falk off my team immediately wearing a hat like that. Doug, what
Kind of had like one of those Cubano poker hat. What would you call it? What do you call those? Those kind of
I don't know.
straw hat. That you
Jackson, did you see this, or were you in the pregame for the Knicks and Celtics already?
I was in pregame mode, but I can certainly, I love myself a nice piece of hat, so I'll take a look.
love myself a
piece
nice
of
piece of
hat.
hat.
Who's this? This was Tyler Tucker or Falk?
Justin Falk.
Justin Falk.
Number
I believe it was
72.
one of those.
In your hearts.
Number one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, when your friends try and throw a little cigar party and it's a Havana night, and then they have that kind of little hat. That's the what I remember.
Right.
I'm not a fan as Jackson is. Of
You
what,
don't love a nice piece of hat.
I don't study a piece
Doug,
of
you ever
hat.
heard that phrase?
I have not.
Jackson's a gift.
I'm looking it up, and all I'm getting is the Cardinals and the Vatican, so you know what?
Oh wow, smoke,
Yeah,
black smoke,
saw that.
papal conclave.
That's right.
Stole it from Jackson.
Yeah, they did steal that from this program. People are saying it's called a fedora.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
But I thought it was more of a.
Marcia's burner said it was a sombrero.
Probably not.
Fedora, good God, Martin.
Hey,
That's from the
come on.
president of special projects. And I knew we had a vice president. I didn't know we had a president.
But I felt like it had a little more of that Havana vibe.
Guys, it looked like Bob Bassett and Steve Duchesne were in the row behind the guys. That's not getting talked about enough. That's from Alan Dadeville. DBA 0 days since yanking it to Lindy Ruff.
Oh, Lord.
Lindy Ruff, of course, ranked number 1 on Jackson's annual ranking of the hottest NHL coaches, which alarmed the Fast Lane's Jamie Rivers.
How did the topic come up?
It's a great question.
Well, I had already done college football coaches. Of
course.
And
How
I
did that
think
come up?
managers. I don't know if I did managers, actually. But then, so naturally, the next move was to then rank coaches in the NHL.
Okay.
I'll probably do it again. When's that week the ESPYs are on? When no sports are on, I'll do it then.
Oh!
I'll do it then.
Is that
They call it Producers Week. What's up?
They called it the Producers Week?
Yeah, he's got to
This
earn your
week,
keep.
our Mount Rushmore
Gotta earn your
of
keep.
sandwiches.
Speaking of which, I hit LeGrand's last night.
Fire.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I need some therapy on this. I need therapy on a variety of things, but on this specifically, I ate 2 Legend Clubs.
Wow.
2.
Oh.
And I got done, and the self-loathing, which is always present, was exacerbated by it.
How big are these sandwiches?
Not that big.
They're not. In fairness, they're not that big, but still, for a tiny little boy like me,
Wait, you're just a twink, gentleman.
that's correct.
Okay.
To put those down, sweet mother of mercy, I couldn't believe it, and I wasn't impressed. I was disappointed.
Do you have fries with it or anything?
No, I go with the mustard potato salad. I think that's the signature potato salad. Oh, you're going to make a potato famine joke about what my family went through 180 years ago?
Their potato salad's awesome.
That potato famine, Martin, it still bothers us. Thank you.
It's too fresh.
They just wouldn't grow.
Honestly, non-mustard potato salad can kick rocks.
Wow, this guy's full of takes. He wants a
Mayonnaise.
nice piece of hat.
Slow down.
Weak.
You like a little bit of bacon in that German potato salad?
No, nope.
Weak.
No. Red skin potato salad also. If it's not mustard based, I don't want it.
Kick rocks.
Hold on a second. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove says, now, yesterday he said, Tim, you couldn't be more right. You're so smart, wise, and so well hung. Will you sleep with my wife?
Gosh.
This morning, he says, you know who cannot spend time with my wife? Scott or Neil or PDDB and Dally, but Brian with an E can take a ride. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville. So there's a lot going on in that text.
Most of it I don't understand.
A lot of it hockey.
Yeah, Scott Arneal, head coach of the Jets. He was not happy with Jim Montgomery about a week ago, asking him where he got his MD from. So he is not allowed to sleep with the recovering alcoholic's wife. Sounds like Pete DeBoer, perhaps. Is that what he's making reference to?
Taking shrapnel there, yeah.
Yeah.
The Dallas Stars won that game in Winnipeg. Doug, you are allowed to win games in Winnipeg.
It can be done.
And Brian with an E was for a handful of months a producer on TMA. One of the signatures of being a producer on TMA is to just essentially take shrapnel and fall on the grenades for the hosts who are also jackasses themselves, but then you blame the producer because that's the way you do things. And it became clear when Doug, Jimmy the Cat Hayes, and I listened to Brian with an E's resume reel that he was more talented than us, and he would be going on to do bigger and better things. And sure enough, within a couple of years, he went to Dallas, where he works with the Stars. He is the Alexa Dat of Stars broadcasts on whatever the network is called in Dallas. But he can sleep with the recovering alcoholic's wife. Scott Arneal, Pete DeBoer cannot.
Okay.
So the coaches have been eliminated.
It seems like kind of a small list of those who cannot.
Poor Ashley.
Yeah, I feel for that
By the way,
cow.
did anybody watch that game?
So in one of my... how many group texts do you have going? I bet you got a Marquette one.
Yeah, there's a couple, and there's a couple versions of the Marquette one.
Yeah.
And you have to be careful what you say because Bill's on this one.
Who's Bill? Bill, that father-in-law dotem? So in one of the group texts, people were talking about, I guess, the Leafs and the Panthers game, and I'm like, I can't watch it. And then somebody brought up the Jets and Dallas game, and I'm like, I definitely can't watch that. And that was where most of the people in the group text were like, yeah, I can't watch it. So this morning, I woke up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to look at my Score app, the official app of the Degenerate, and I'm like, I saw Dallas won, and I didn't realize how much pleasure that would bring me. And I'm disappointed in myself for feeling that schadenfreude, because the Jets didn't do anything wrong. They just came back. If anything, you doff your cap. But I can't. I'm a petty little boy.
Oh.
And I was thrilled to see that Dallas won.
Shifley was back, and he had a goal for the Jets.
How about that?
He was all over the place. But what was interesting is at the end,
Morrissey was not, and Logan Stanley, who likes picking on small boys, was not.
but they pulled the goalie. It was 6-on-5 for about the last 2 minutes of the game. And the Jets were hammering that same net. And I was having like PTSD watching the game. And there was one, it was real loose in front of Ottinger. But somehow, some way, the Stars did get it done. A couple of times they iced it. And I thought maybe JK is onto something. Like, this is what these teams do. And producer Dave and I were watching, and he was screaming, skate it out. Skate it out. And you wonder if the Stars didn't watch the Blues-Jets game, but they were able to get it done. It was amazing how similar it was to the finish from Sunday night.
It could be that it's harder to defend when you're the actual guy doing it than it is when you're sitting at home watching.
Whoa.
Well, hold on.
I would have made that save.
Right
I think that's probably what it is. It's a lot easier for us to say it than it is for them to do it.
What makes you think we couldn't play in the NHL?
There's absolutely no reason we couldn't.
Nice.
Except lack of interest.
Today.
We just have a lack of interest in putting on all the gear.
It's the issue.
But to your main point, Tim, producer Dave said, I've never liked the Stars, but I'd like to see them win.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where we're at because we're just terrible people.
Yeah, I think it's good to have that. I mean, my Instagram feed continues to have, because of the Hellebuck video of him getting pulled in Game 4, that for whatever reason I posted. I don't know. I wasn't even drinking. It goes against me being a GIF depot, as Jackson calls it on social media. And so Jets fans are in there trolling Blues fans. I was trying to watch the Blues press conference 2 days ago, Martin, and that you attended. And I had the YouTube chat up, I guess just out of habit from having the YouTube chat up here on TMA. And I would say about 50% of the posts were Jets fans, and they're just typing 1.6 over and over again. And I'm like, I mean, is that what we're really doing? But I'm sure some Blues fans, posted to Boston fans the gif of Marchand crying, in 2019. Hell, I don't know. So every fan base has their jack ponies, right?
And trolls.
But yeah, I have to acknowledge, when I saw the Dallas Stars won 3-2 over the Jets this morning, looking at my score app, I had a little shot of dopamine.
Mikko Rantanen's on a major heater.
Another hat trick.
Hat trick. 2 hat tricks in a row. That hadn't been done since Jari Kurri, 1985 of the Oilers.
Fun facts for no and tell.
He was hammering away. He's 3 goals in about 8 minutes against Connor Hellebuck, who I still think could be their downfall at some point. That just seems to still be a possibility for Connor Hellebuck.
Scott Arniel not happy with his team afterwards. And you do wonder if a lot of energy was spent, and also, of course, the health of the team. Like, Shifley's back out there, but I'm sure, he's not even remotely close to 100%. Morrissey must have really taken a hit in that Game 7 against the Blues, because that has carried over with him not playing, and Stanley not able to go out there and pick on somebody my size last night, which is a real shame. That's kind of a playoff tradition for him. He likes to be 6'8" and pick on the 5.
It's kind of nice to see him on the bench, or in the press box, rather. Yeah, just not playing.
A lot of people delighted with the Stars winning last night. It brought me great joy to see the Stars score this morning, and even more joy watching the replays and hella fraud giving up those goals. Their stupid fans actually have the audacity to chant U.S. backup at Ottinger when their goalie's a sieve. Go Stars, go. There is the star of Doug Vaughn's Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon in Clayton, who Arbor Day unfortunately calls time sharing in Clayton.
I don't think she'll like that. They don't do timeshares.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Dolly Parton sing the song.
Got a great song, just don't really have a show.
We're in
Casting's
pre-production.
coming up.
We're in pre-production.
The auditions are at the Brio patio over Memorial Day weekend. That's to kind of sift out those who go to the lake.
Maybe we should really do that at Brio.
You think they'd
I'm
be on
thinking
board?
maybe we really should.
Doug, how do you not know the year? That's from Dave in Mofalla.
How do I not know the year? Of what now?
don't know. I just saw it, and I'm thinking, Doug just gave the Yari Curry stat in 1985, the oil.
Right, I read it just a few moments ago.
Craig Berube is up 2-0 on your defending Cup champions. Here comes the Chieftain, and that makes you happy.
It does, yeah. I'm rooting for Toronto to win the whole thing now.
And you hate the United States. Why?
I don't hate the United States. I don't hate Canada either, but I do like Craig Berube, and I'd like to see Toronto finally get one.
You're not still hopping mad about Kyprios? That isn't still bothering you? You're over that?
I'm over
That's
it.
interesting that you're over that, too.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I think if I could pick from the Eastern Conference, it would be Berube. I don't even know why I would have any interest in the Capitals, Hurricanes. I know Jackson's attracted to Rod Brindamore. I think he was 3 on that list. Lindy Ruff, number 1.
Toronto also has a goalie from St. Louis who's playing, Joseph Woll.
So I'd go Berube there. And then what if you had Edmonton against Toronto? How do you do?
Kind of enjoy that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of would still want an American team.
Oh, yeah.
Well, just because the Canadian.
That's interesting because the texters say you hate America.
Well, what are you going to do?
I was like, Tony
Kick
Soprano.
rocks.
But, like, if it's 2 Canadian teams, then the Canadian streak or the drought is guaranteed over.
You want it hanging in the balance.
I still want that hanging in the balance.
I
Yeah.
like that. You're right. As a narrative.
Although McDavid is always fun to watch in the Cup final.
Yeah. Or any other game. He's probably the best player right now, would you say?
Martin?
Connor McDavid? Yeah. It's always the same grouping when you go McKernan and McDavid.
I guess Draisaitl has to be up there now, too, with the points that he scores.
I'm guilty of a little trolling of other teams. It's not long-lasting or too hateful. One fun troll job, I will say, is the occasional dig at Edmonton fans referencing that the Oilers could probably use a speedy 25-goal scorer winger in a great young big defenseman that can skate, and both quite young. That's from Ian LaPerriere. And I did notice that there were some Oilers fans who were in the YouTube chat during the Blues press conference with the players and then Montgomery and Armstrong on Tuesday, Martin, because Oilers fans now hate the St. Louis Blues because of the Holloway and Broberg signings. And if we would have gotten the Blues versus the Oilers, sweet mother of mercy, Doug, the Western Conference Finals would have been a banny little rooster festival.
They're still sore over that, huh?
Because it was illegal? No, actually, it was by the rules.
Yeah, I think
They should be mad at their own
That's correct.
team.
But here's a moment of self-awareness. I'm cheering against the Winnipeg Jets, as I found out when I looked at the app because I'm not strong enough to watch the game. And I should be mad at the St. Louis Blues, not the Winnipeg Jets. Like I said, all they did was come back. You got to doff your cap, but I can't. So maybe I'm irritated. I'm trying to watch the Doug Armstrong presser, and I just see 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, and I'm like, okay, I'm closing out the YouTube chat, which I think is something that Jackson's advocated for on this show for months.
Would it ever cross your mind as a fan to go on another team's website and then troll them during a news conference? Would that thought even enter your mind? How much time do you have available during the course of a day when you get on other teams' websites and troll their fans?
Wow, you
during a
decided
news
to
conference?
call out the incel community this morning.
Yeah. I can't even imagine even having the thought of doing that, of being so bitter that that's how you would spend your time.
Well, I wouldn't even
Voids
know
need to be filled, Doug.
today, if you were wanting to just poke the Jets fans, even though you'd have no right to in St. Louis, where would you even go? Jets.com? And just and hope they have a message board?
Yeah.
How do you even know where to go to, like,
I suppose they
mock
have
their fans?
I think they do their media availability live on YouTube.
So there's a chat underneath.
Yeah, I think. Or they just post it. I'm not
Well,
sure.
I would watch during the Blues Jets series. I would watch their post game.
Yeah, was it live or was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
was.
then they're
Not, but it didn't just like anything else. You can go back and watch it, but following games.
Right.
So what, there's
Especially when you get
commentary underneath the YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want, I mean, you can always close it out so you don't see it, which is what I'm like, okay. But I mean, you're in Manitoba. It's a day off. What else are you going to do?
Struggling to get out of Manitoba.
So,
I guess you could go on their Twitter feed, too, and take shots at them.
Yeah, whenever they post a final game score, that's when you go to the comments or the tweet replies under that. That's when it gets sweaty.
That's when it gets sweaty.
Yeah. Bunch of guys sweating.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on TMA, though, Doug, glorious. The overbearing youth baseball dad is in there. These guys change their names by the moment. The overbearing youth baseball dad is very active in there, I see, along with Lex Luthor and Jackson. Or was it Chairman Kurt, who's in Boston, by the way, today, was saying Lex Luthor used to be Deep Voice Dude, and Deep Voice Dude likes to argue with people in there about the NBA.
All right.
Yeah.
Pro or anti?
He's big-time pro.
I kinda like
and he
that.
doesn't like that we talk hockey because...
It means that bot I paid for is working, working
Hold
great.
on a second. Lex Luthor in the YouTube chat, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, formerly Deep Voice Dude, is a bot that you created, like an AI agent?
Yeah. I might have said too much.
Boy, this Jackson, he's got a lot of things going on over there.
And he loves him a nice piece of hat. We learned
That was a
earlier.
misspeak. That was a misspeak.
No, that works.
It does work.
They're going to live on, man. Nice piece. It's a real nice piece of hat. By the way,
That does sound like a Tony thing.
I looked. I did think the name for that hat had something. I know what a fedora is, but I thought the Cuban version was a little different. But you can get yourself.
Justin Funk fedoras, they're available.
There's straw fedoras available. Then there's the Tommy Bahama version, which is more expensive.
And there's the Guayabara shirt.
Yeah, and then there's the Havana collection. So we'll take your piece of hat.
Do you like a Cuban sandwich?
Love.
Yeah, isn't that why you and Doug went to some crap hole in Jupiter?
It wasn't for the Cuban sandwich, and it was good
Doug,
food.
did you eat a bone or something?
Doug said it was the worst meal he had.
Doug tried cutting his chicken and the fork broke.
Jupiter, and you have a million world-class places to dine, and Jackson takes you to what? A Polo
Fast food.
Tropical?
Yeah, Pollo
Fast
Tropical.
food, yeah.
It was good. They just didn't have plantains.
I
And
heard
they
it
didn't,
wasn't
they didn't
good.
defrost the chicken, apparently.
Well,
No.
I heard it first from Jackson. I said, because I got there later, and I said, what'd you do? He goes, I went to this great Cuban place, had a nice lunch, and very glowing reviews. And then I see Doug. I said, where'd he go? Oh, it was awful. Just awful.
It was fast food. It was like going to a Cuban Burger King or something.
No, it was like a Caribbean Chipotle. And I thought it was delightful.
Okay.
And I used to love going there when I lived in Florida, and I wanted to go back.
Chairman
right.
Kurt, who I noted was off today and tomorrow, vacationing in Boston. He's going to take in the Red Sox and Rangers, Doug.
Yeah, fun trip.
He is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and with caps, which means I have to yell, and it's my voice is many call the most sacred instrument in St. Louis.
I don't know.
Says, this is supposed to be a sports show. Why are we talking hats? That's from Chairman Kurt.
Okay.
Who normally is taking the calls, the Kelly Thompson phone lines, but he's up in Boston, not happy with the content of the show, representing our friends, the Olds. And it's a nice gesture. The Olds, and he must be up in Southie watching this program.
He's going to have himself quite a little weekend.
He is.
Met some gal online. Got to meet up there, go to a Red Sox
See
game.
what the word is? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the word.
He'll have himself quite a little time.
Aye, yeah. What's the word? Must be a special little ass if you're going to go up there and, see if it's a
Have a
nice piece of hat. You're welcome to email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And on the Stiefel dossier today, ladies and gentlemen, I have Jackson Burkett with me, and he's going to tell you what is coming up on today's presentation.
So we'll have Bernie Federko at 8:15, as we always do on Thursdays. And then Andy Strickland, as mentioned before in the program, will be stopping by, right?
In studio.
In studio at
He
9
said
o'clock.
he's coming from his son's hockey, and I said, "Oh my God, it's."
I hear tell his. I don't know how many you're close with Andy. He has a son. at least,
Son,
what?
daughters,
Okay.
and one son, and
Okay.
that son was just in Toronto.
His son's
playing.
got game.
Yeah,
Son got game. And it's not like he's running around doing that thing, talking about it. Maybe Cam told me. I don't know what the hell it is. But either way, yeah. So he was up in Toronto playing.
but it's unbelievable how I'll say, you want to do 8? Oh, I'll be at the rink. How about 9? It'll be tight. I'm coming from hockey. I'm like, it's unbelievable. Kind of wonder if the kid goes to school.
Is that you think it's a homeschooling thing?
Staying with a family.
He's got a
over in
billet
Creve
family
Coeur.
in Creve Coeur?
Yes.
My God, what an arrangement that is. So Andy Strickland in studio, design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The program's called The Morning After. I just got a finger raise from...
and then at 9:30, Stephen Matz will be
Friend
on
of the show.
He is
Stephen Matz.
FOTS on his off day. And Martin, you love logistics, and they did not go to our nation's capital.
We're traveling later today.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
I did talk to Vic Scott about joining us next week. We're going to try and line that up because he had a big old... I'm sure that's in our Cardinals corner.
Yes.
But
that's on the Stiefel dossier.
Great day by our guy Argo.
So there it is. There's your Stiefel dossier here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Early got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out now.
How can you not be fired up for this series in Washington as the Cardinals and Nationals will meet, reminiscent of the 2019 NLCS?
Well, Washington's no good either.
Okay.
And so the Cardinals have a chance. Really?
Either.
Yeah, I caught that.
Either.
Well, like the
caught that.
Pirates aren't any good.
Okay.
So they could continue this
Good
streak.
save.
Yeah, that was a nice save.
They could
Kick
continue
save
this
and a beauty.
streak and be, 1 or 2 out by the end of the weekend.
Well, this team is in second place, along with 2 other teams. Martin, greatest pennant race in St. Louis history, I got to do this since 1982 because I might have something in the 60s. Didn't the Cardinals have a great 64?
Yeah, they came from like 6
Phillies
games back
kinda
with
tanked,
12
is that
to
right?
play. Yeah.
1985 Cardinals and Mets is the NL Central in 2025, reminiscent of the 1985 pennant race.
Co-division champions in 01. Remember the debate with Houston?
Yeah,
Who
they were
won the division?
mad about the sign. Jeff Tabaka was brought in for his one appearance that year and promptly gave up a home run to Lance Berkman. I recall being in the press box. You might have been sitting next to me when Jeff Tabaka was brought in.
Feels like we knew it was a bad idea
Yes.
at the time.
And I remember Bernie Miklasz was sitting right in front of us, and he turns around, and the TV slappies are sitting together, especially me, lead slappy, and he goes, Jeff Tabaka? Who? And he gives up a home run, and boy, the skipper was not happy to answer questions about that. Jeff Tabaka would never throw another pitch in Major League Baseball.
No, probably not. Probably shouldn't.
But the Cardinals were co-division champions, but in that year, you got into the postseason if you didn't win the division. In 85, of course, as we talked about with Dwight Gooden, the Mets were on the outside looking in, as great as they were. This year, though, the nation is talking about the 2025 National League Central, where 4 teams are within 3 games of first place, and 3 teams are tied for second, all at 19 and 19. This is fun.
Not as much fun as 1964, when Phillies manager Gene Mauch, in a bit of a panic, went to a 2-man pitching rotation of Jim Bunning and Chris Short. And I'll be darned if they didn't run out of gas there at the end.
2-man. Where's Calvin? Would you say using 2 pitchers is a good
He
idea?
had 2 All-Stars and nothing else.
Kind of worked for the Twins.
Yeah.
1987.
Doug, if they can only get hot, they could win this baby. That's from Jackie Scissors.
Well, no, that's true. That's true. I don't think you give up on this Redbird Ball Club.
Nice.
This team appears ready to soar. We can just get a few games on the road. 4-13 on the road, 15-6 at home. Have you ever seen such a disparity as that?
I'm sure it's had to have happened, but I can't remember it.
No.
It really is something else when you take a look at those numbers on the road versus at home. 4-13, as Doug was just saying, 15-6 at home. There is nothing like it. The Dodgers are actually even better at home, but they are above 500 on the road. They're 15-3. So the Cardinals will be on the road for a good long while here as they head to Washington later this afternoon to take on Natitude, a team that is below 500 themselves. But the pleasant, delightful gentleman, Luke and Baker, Doug, your guy.
Yes.
He will not be joining them.
Oh, no, what happened?
He's been sent down as there will be activation for Ivan Herrera. And they're going to carry 3 catchers. And Baker is the one who does not get to make the trip.
Yeah,
He had a big hit yesterday,
He
too.
did, double. He wasn't getting much playing time. And you got to find a spot for Herrera.
And he's a pseudo DH, so it's almost it's not just as a catcher. And he homered again the other day in Memphis. He's a hitting machine. I feel bad for Doug's guy.
Yeah.
Pleasant gentleman.
So pleasant.
He is a really good guy. But the Cardinals had to move him out, and he will not make the trip to D.C. So the Cardinals go on the road for 9, where it has been problematic for them. They start in Washington, off to Philadelphia, then in Kansas City. But they have been hot. Doug does not like when a team wins series. You like when they sweep a series, and they did it.
Yes.
So you approve of what happened yesterday?
I approve of a sweep, yeah, because all that really matters is you got 3 wins.
Winning 2 of 3 against the Mets, one of the best teams in the game, not good.
Well, it just doesn't matter. It's neither good or bad. The only thing that matters is you were 2-1.
Don't you like a measuring stick?
And the measuring stick is they won 2 and they lost 1.
You mean
Mets.
to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
We didn't get him after that Mets game, did we?
Because he was upset about the sweep and the double
You know,
header.
if the Cardinals hadn't squandered a couple of those late inning games on that previous road trip, which were very winnable, they squandered some in the 8th, 9th, 10th innings.
That Mets series was tough.
Yeah, had they gotten just a couple of those wins, they could be sitting in first place right now. They'd be one of the biggest stories in baseball.
And that's sort of what Ali Marmol was saying post-game. He said, if you look at the games on the road, he said, we've had a bunch of games that were right there. They didn't win. However, if you don't start winning on the road, I believe it becomes such a narrative. Like all of a sudden, it's just, boy, how come you can't win on the road? How come you? I think then it just kind of sits in the back of their mind. But he's not entirely wrong. There's plenty of games on the road that they should have won.
They'll be going up against Mitchell Parker tomorrow, who's pitched pretty well for Washington. It is for the Cardinals going to be Fedde, Palante, and Michaelis for this series. Kind of a nice break. They don't deal with Zach Wheeler when they go to Philadelphia, at least as the rotation is currently projected. So they dodged the best with Philadelphia, although Nola is currently scheduled to pitch the game that will likely take about 90 minutes on Wednesday in Philadelphia. Just keep an eye on that.
That
if you
Friday
if you
game.
like these unders.
That Friday game's an Apple TV game.
You just know that's going to get them going, don't you?
I just like that.
I don't like Apple
nice
TV.
Little nugget.
Here you go.
I don't like them.
Nice little nugget.
Put the games where I can find them with one press of the button. I don't want to subscribe to anything else. I don't want to remember another password. I don't want Apple TV for my ball games.
It's like pulling a string on a doll.
We were scrambling last night.
That's why
'cause
Jackson did it. Jackson knew it was going to happen. He knew where to put that puck on net.
You like a good piece of Doug, don't you?
I love a good piece of
Scrambling
dog.
last night because the dogs were on Paramount, and we're around the whole bay. Anybody got a Paramount subscription?
I got one if you need it.
Okay. It's good to know. We're asking people, hey, does your daughter have a Apple
right.
TV? Does anybody have a... That's the world we're
It
living
just
in.
seems like it should get easier as time goes by, not
I agree
harder.
with you. I agree. I do share that sentiment. You talk like the Cardinals could actually win the division because the NL Central's so bad. However, the Cubs are 22-16, yet have only played 6 games against NL Central foes. Unfortunately, the Cubs are for real. Doug, that comes from I Hate Paper Straws.
Well, I don't really like paper straws either because they melt
Bonding
and
moment.
wilt. Yeah. They don't really do the job. Nor do I like microplastics in my brain with the plastic straws.
It's a real catch-22 here.
Choose your poison.
It's really a difficult choice.
The first 5 minutes of a paper straw is okay. It takes a big downturn after that.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, they're not happy about us talking about the Cardinals.
Why not?
We've reached a real moment in St. Louis sports timeline when you cannot talk about the Cardinals.
Or hockey. Or
That's
hats.
the Cardinals. Move! I'd rather watch my dog take a blank on our bed. That's from Father Brown Eye, and he's got
Come
that
on.
parish over in Belleville.
Wow, the good father's upset.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Me too, base burglar. You know,
Mr. Market.
I may be earning my rights holder merit badge here, but when you look at the Cardinals' starting pitching, it's been pretty good. You look at the way they're hitting the ball right now. There's no reason why they can't contend for the Central Division. The Cubs aren't the 27 Yankees. They look like the best team in the division by a considerable margin right now, but sometimes that changes on a dime. You don't know.
I keep having this timeline as we go through the season, and the team, now is at 500, and by the letter of the law, they're a second-place team, albeit sharing that title with the Brewers and the Reds. The Blues owned the market from the moment the season started because they were in the midst of the run up until Sunday night, and understandably so. That was going on when the Blues would be in the playoffs, even when the Cardinals had great teams, and the Rams were here for that matter, and had great teams. Now, of course, that wasn't football season overlapping, but you would have the draft overlapping. So that, to me, is not a fair apples-to-apples comparison. However, now let's say that they go 5-4 on the road trip, and I don't think that would be too ridiculous of an ask, considering they've got an attitude and the Royals, who are fine but not on fire, and they don't have to deal with the best of the best with Philadelphia at the moment. That they come back to St. Louis, kids are starting to get out of school. Do you think we would see people getting on board?
I think so.
Do you?
You know, what else are you going to do in St. Louis? What else we got going on?
What a campaign.
Is that the
That's
marketing?
what the Cardinals should do. Cardinal baseball. What else are you going to do in this town?
I think wasn't the best case scenario, get to the summer and have a decent team that's fun to watch at times.
Mm-hmm.
And Victor Scott's circling the bases like that.
I love that because it brings me back to 1985, 1987 Cardinal baseball.
And Mason Witt even said post-game, I said, how does it affect you at the plate? He said, man, I love it when he's on. He said, I see a lot more fastballs because they're so worried about him. They're so worried about him stealing. It's having an effect on others. It was great. There was no home runs. There was just a lot of station to station, Doug.
Yeah.
Moving around the old base paths. It was fun.
Maybe they ought to work him up a little higher in the lineup. Get him on the bases more.
I suggested double leadoff as a thing for. I don't think he quite. I said it was a La Russa thing. Double leadoff. You're like the other. He's like, yeah, okay, yeah.
That's when La Russa tried hitting the pitcher eighth a few times.
He had to justify that by calling the ninth guy double lead. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, double lead off.
So the pitcher had to get out of the way. Or no, the ninth hitter had the ultimate insult, but he was double leadoff.
Double lead off. It's going to take a lot more than a 5-4 road trip to overcome the current apathy. That's from the 217. And I got to tell you, that was a concise text from the 217. I think it's accurate. You agree with it, Martin?
I think that's fair.
Yeah, oh, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not. But if we get another month or so into the season, month and a half, and they're right near the top, I think people would come back to the park in pretty good numbers.
Big swing for Jordan Walker late in the game.
Yeah.
You just hope that that's a building block. And he's a very
1 for
pleasant,
4, 2 RBIs.
very pleasant guy as well. And he talks openly all the time about his struggles. And he said, I look at win. He goes, that's encouraging. He goes, I see the work that Newt's doing in the cage. It's encouraging. So you need to get him going. Gorman's still a struggle.
Gorman's hitting 182 and Walker 196.
What are you trying to say?
That's rough. That's rough.
They need a legit outfield power threat so badly. It's no coincidence that this team performs when Newt Barr hits, but he cannot be counted on. That's from Kevin's brother. His first name is Jack, and then his last name is Demoff.
You can't count on Newt. Newt's been a darn good leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
But they really
good.
haven't had a outfield thumper since Holiday, right?
I was about to say, I would say Holiday.
Ozuna.
Because they brought in, Ozuna passing through.
O'Neal
I
had
guess
a big year.
a consistent
Yeah.
outfield threat.
I could take my family out for a decent dinner at Ono Pizza for less than all the costs associated with going to a Cardinal game. I'm out. That's from the Hunchback of Long Castle.
You know, I know it's difficult, like with kids and stuff, and I'm not holding rights here, but like there are like less expensive ways to go to the Cardinal game. Like if you were to take the MetroLink, get a cheaper third-party ticket, and
It's
you
a
can
one-stop robbery center.
not for a Cardinal
You
game.
can't pay.
Not for,
Yeah,
not,
that's
it's
another
Cardinal
library.
games for a Cardinal game, it's usually pretty packed in the MetroLink, and then you can bring outside food in. Like you can do that. Like I think some people don't know that. So
Well, you don't
people are
have to have 10 beers.
you don't have. You can have a beer, and then you can go for like less than $50-$60. I mean, obviously that's still a decent amount of money, but for an
You
experience
can
like
manage
that,
the expense.
and again, I know it's different with kids, and MetroLink might not be feasible, and then food and beer, but there are ways to do about it in a cheaper way.
And it's not exactly cheap to go to a Blues game, but people
Right,
are
right.
desperate to get tickets
City,
there
same
when the
way.
team's going good.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, yesterday my kids had an out-of-uniform day. And at pickup, it became abundantly clear. All these kids running around in Mahomes jerseys could give a rip about the Cardinals. Doug, that's from Big Tuft.
I think those kids could give a rip about baseball.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate perspective.
Yeah.
And yet kids are playing baseball as much as they ever have.
Sure.
The Little League teams and the training has become a cottage industry there.
Right.
Still playing in big numbers.
I'm curious from parents, what jersey, I was having this discussion actually with Brett Knowles of St. Louis Starter Packs. I still think Jackson runs the account, but publicly Brett is running it. And we were BSing about this last week, and it's certainly a lot of Mahomes jerseys, international soccer, but also a lot of city red, and I don't know how often, like during the Blues playoff run, everybody in town was wearing, some kind of blue, not necessarily a sweater, but some would be, but some kind of Blues merch. So I'm curious what parents see the most of. But the reason for the observation was you do not see Cardinal stuff at this particular moment. And is that a reflection of the apathy or anger of parents toward the Cardinals, a lack of interest in the Cardinals from the kids, a lack of interest in baseball, watching baseball, not necessarily playing baseball from the kids? Or is it, on the other side, a reflection? I mean, Messi and, that's what I see the most of. See those, certainly see Chiefs gear, city stuff everywhere. What do you see? What do you see with? You're in a different age range, Martin. With
a lot of Mahomes, a lot of Chiefs. I think the international soccer has cooled a little bit, but City SC, even Carolyn Kindle has said, I knew the city would love the team and that they'd show up. She said, I didn't think it would take over in terms of the wardrobe, the fashion around, and maybe people just like the look and the color. That's part of it. I would say Mahomes for sure. Chiefs a fair amount, but I think the Cardinals is way less. It used to be everywhere. I do get a kick out of the occasional person wearing like a Rams windbreaker or something. It's 20 years older. But I think the kids, I think baseball is a harder sell. If you offer, this would be a good parent question. If you had tickets and you said to the kids, and your kids are, let's say they're 8 to 18, Blues, City, Cardinals. It might go Blues, City, Cardinals in terms of, hey, I got tickets.
I would agree.
It's kind of an age thing, too.
I would agree with that.
There's just so much more energy at those games than at a baseball game.
Oh.
And I don't think you can underestimate the importance of having a superstar on your team, because the Cardinals have had that for decades. They had Musial and Gibson and Brock and Ozzie Smith, and then a little bit later, McGuire showed up, and then Pujols was here. And you really had a building block. You had that big star that kind of everybody had to see. Everybody wanted to see him. Mahomes is that way with Kansas City now. You get a big superstar, and it can really galvanize a fan base. And the Cardinals just haven't had that for a few years. It's not the only answer, but it's part of the equation, I think.
The Coral Courts Cowboy says he has diagnosed the problem. It is simple. The kids are missing out on the best show of all time, This Week in Baseball. He says the reason baseball is not popular is This Week in Baseball.
Oh, with Mel Allen. This Week in Baseball.
That
I
was
used to watch that all the time.
Oh,
I had the baseball bunch with Johnny Bench, and Tommy Lasorda was like a wizard or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh.
And then Ozzy became part of that show,
That's right. That's right.
Johnny Bench got a big contract selling spray paint. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He'd spray paint the bench. No runs, no drips, no errors.
Mel Allen was the one who called Yankee games with Scott Rizzuto.
Scott Rizzuto works on the Riz Show.
Phil Rizzuto.
He also is on Stupiracy and Spread Zone.
Yeah, my bad. Phil Rizzuto.
How about that?
It's a Freudian slip. My
I'm going to
apologies.
text Riz and let him know that he's on the Yankees, Colton.
My bad.
It happens, right?
It does.
But the nice thing about this show is if somebody makes a mistake, we blow right past it and don't
Right.
call attention to it.
Right.
Never happened.
Because the
Still
rest of
getting
us are
texts about
perfect.
the stupid hat that Justin Falk was wearing. Not stupid by him, but by me. And everybody, it's a fedora. What I was looking for, somebody finally answered and said a Panama hat. That's what I was thinking. But you're right, Jackson. Nothing is ever let go of.
I think kids are fed up with Mazalok. That's from a bad coach. Martin, do you think that's the reason?
I don't think the kids are. Their parents, maybe.
You want to go to the game? 7-year-old. Nope, not till Mo's gone.
Good morning. Former Rams fans who are now Chiefs fans are the worst people imaginable. That's from Severo the
They're
Goblin.
not.
I think it's a
They're
character.
not.
It's a character flaw.
I don't know. We don't have a team anymore.
Okay.
If you're huge into the NFL, you want to have a team to root for. For a lot of people, their team is now their fantasy team.
Yeah,
but for others, their team is now the closest team that happens to be one of the best teams in the league.
You think I could sell some Southside Seaman jerseys?
I doubt that.
The Colts are technically closer. I think we didn't. Didn't we do the research on that?
That's correct. So we should be Brian Henson fans, and I am.
I am too.
A lot of Anthony Richardson jerseys these days that drop off. He either is or isn't the starter.
If the Cardinals put Tim in the dugout or in the broadcast booth, it'd be the hottest ticket in town. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who announced that Scott Arneal could not sleep with his wife. Doug, I made reference to Scott Arneal being a Banty Rooster following last night's Winnipeg Jets loss, which surprisingly surprisingly delighted me and apparently a number of other listeners who are now Dallas Stars fans because of the misery of Sunday night. We will have that. We will have Bernie Federko coming up. Andy Strickland in studio in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Stephen Matz joining the program, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's your Stiefel dossier here on TMA. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of this program and the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and he's my insurance agent. I recommend him wholeheartedly to the audience. Do you have a child on your insurance who is not 25 yet but is driving? That is where James has found with the TMA audience, he has been able to save people a lot of money. Give a call to 314-961-4800. And during business hours, you're going to talk to somebody right there in Webster Groves in the office. And there's a very good chance they're going to be able to save you money on a wide variety of elements of your insurance policy. Did your insurance go up year over year? Many people would answer yes to that. And James Carlton can save you money. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I wholeheartedly endorse James Carlton and his team at the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. Great guy and runs a wonderful business as well. carltoninsurance.net. 314-961-4800. You're welcome to text in to the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646 and talk it over with other TMA listeners on the YouTube chat. 244 friends have gathered, and it's fun. Percy Blumpkin's talking to your only ND listener. What is ND? Notre Dame? Fighting Irish?
Our only ND listener.
Joe Theismann
North
might be
Dakota.
listening.
It could be North Dakota. Henshin's got there. Was Henshin South Dakota?
South.
Thank you. He'll call in and talk about that and the Colts, along with Bernie Federko, Andy Strickland, Stephen Matz, all coming your way on the Stiefel dossier. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. You can call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440. You can Google the bagel loan. Stewie joins us now. And some news yesterday with the Fed. Stewie, what do we got?
Tim, the Federal Reserve decided to leave rates unchanged. That means your credit card interest rates, car loan interest rates, everything is staying the same or going up. Now, I bet you if you take 10 people and ask them how many credit cards you have and what the interest rates are on those credit cards, they won't be able to tell you. And let me tell you, 25, 30, 35%. There's no ceiling on those credit card rates. They keep going up and up and up and up and up. And if you keep making the minimum payments on those cards, they stay there. Those balances don't move. They stay there forever. Be smart. Consolidate your debt into one mortgage. Improve your credit score. And then later on, when rates do drop back, we can go ahead and refinance you for free with the bagel loan.
There you go. Stewie can help you out right now. Call 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. It's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. Thanks, Stewie.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win yesterday, completing the sweep of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Make that 5 in a row for the Redbirds. That's 5 in a row, Doug. Cardinals are off today. Back in action tomorrow as they head to our nation's capital to take on the Nationals. That's at 5:45. First pitch on Friday with Eric Fetty towing the slab for the Redbirds. This is their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The Cubbies are going tra-la, tra-la. Look out on the mares, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the flag's in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, the Cardinals will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out because we're swinging our clubs. You wear your best, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Jazz flute.
There it is. Well, they were playing it at Busch Stadium yesterday. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la, tra-la. These birds are younger, Doug.
They're soaring. They are flat out soaring.
Unfortunately, for those of you listening to the Sports Center update, you heard they won 4 in a row. And then Martin Jackson was guy who discovers data while in the midst of Sports Center update. And then he corrected himself and said they won 5. They won 5, Doug.
This is 5
I go by
straight.
days, and I forgot, and it slipped my mind.
It was a twin bill.
The Sunday was a twin bill, so I was just going by days, and then that's where I slipped up. But hey, listen, 5 in a row, even better, I say. I think there's someone out there like, oh, 4 in a row, and then they heard me switch or say 5 in a row. Like, oh,
kinda
God, look at
made
these
their
Redbirds.
day.
Made their day.
So
Yeah.
it was like a nice little surprise, even though nothing
Right.
really changed.
Right. No, not
They had
at all.
always won 5 in a row.
For
but
sure.
in the delivery of it, you gave them a little bump.
And it was certainly, you know,
Cardinals
on
won
purpose.
3 straight. Hey, you know what? Make it 5 in a row.
Right, like you're deciding.
The Rockies have lost 4 in a row. They're now 6-29.
But here
What's
they
it going to
come.
take for this team to win the World Series?
The Rockies have to win almost all of the remaining games.
Run the table.
They get molten lava hot dog and they win the baby.
It's going to be a pony today in Denver with cold temperatures and a doubleheader with the Detroit Tigers in town.
Tigers are really good.
They can rake.
That sounds like a sentence you'd have to serve to go to a doubleheader on a cold day in
But it's
Colorado against
Coors,
Detroit.
okay, cold weather, yes. But on other days, you go to that Lodo
for sure.
or
Yeah,
Coors
yeah.
Field, maybe that's their selling point.
Guys, have the Cardinals lost since Gruden visited the room?
No.
That's correct. Fun fact for no one
They're
tell.
rained out.
also-
They rained out Saturday.
I see they also have the best record in the National League since Ollie got thrown out of that game.
Uh-huh.
Got him revved up.
Well, in some of those road losses, that last trip, that Mets series for sure, when they were rolling Fernandez out, that's the frustration, I think, for some fans. You're like, what are you waiting for? And even in Ollie's defense, he doesn't make those moves. That's on Mo in the front office, like to ship people out. And they just sort of burn games, and you're like, you need those later. I mean, no, Doug doesn't care about a series win, but a loss here and there, like that is frustrating that they took so long to realize Fernandez, and Ollie's the one putting him out there, but he wasn't. It's not his decision to have him on the roster, but I do think that was a key maneuver, was to get him out of there.
The moves did cost them in a major way. Either way, I think if we would have been sitting there when we were doing the program from Ballpark Village when I fell through the stage on opening day, Doug.
And yet you still hung in there and did the show.
Yeah, I know.
Doggone it,
I was looking for a compliment there, and I'm glad I got it.
I noticed the lawsuit must have been settled. I walked by there yesterday, Doug, and it says, "Welcome to McKernan Shark Bar."
That's correct. That was a fun acquisition for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. That if we would have said 38 games into the season, over under on wins, I think we probably would have said less than 19, right?
Probably so, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, but as we were observing, this market was captivated by the Blues, their charge into the playoff series against the Jets, which, if I'm not mistaken, was 15 days, so half of a month. And now the Cardinals have the stage. So what will they do with it? They now leave town. make a run. I mean, listen, it's not like the Phillies are on fire, but they're obviously a good team. The Royals are 6 games over 500, and Nationals are a few games under 500. See what you can do. Come back to St. Louis and maybe get something going when you're in town and have a 6-game homestand and see what kind of attendance you would look at then. Get involved on the program. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of our text line, 314-399-9646. Coming up in about, Doug, I'm going to be specific, 6 minutes.
6 minutes from now.
Yeah, and the Callier and Thompson phone lines will have Bernie Federko joining us. Here is what Scott Arniel had to say last night as the Jets looked a little hungover from the Blues series and their loss 3-2. Scott Arniel, who Jackson ranked as the 3rd most attractive coach in the NHL,
I don't get it.
was not pleased with his team's performance.
There was a lot of sloppiness to that game. That did not feel like a playoff game in game 1 in round 2. That felt like game 45 in the middle of December. It obviously, we know the high that we were on coming off that St. Louis game, but man, this is the playoffs. That's a game that, no matter how how you start the game or however you get into the game, it's one of those ones that there's a way we have to play as a group, and that's not how we played tonight.
Now, I can't comment on it because I'm mentally weak and have not reached a point where I can watch the Jets play hockey or any other team play hockey for that matter. But I do know that Jets fans were irritated by the performance of their team last night. And it was a scoreless first period, and all hell broke loose scoring-wise for both teams in the second period.
But Mikko Rantanen he had a part in 12 straight goals in this playoff series. He either assisted or scored on 12 straight Dallas goals.
Didn't he get traded twice during the season?
Yeah. Carolina had him.
Colorado, Carolina, Dallas. Hello, friends.
He might have been the difference for Colorado if they'd held on to him. But I don't feel a bit sorry for these Jet fans. No, I don't.
Okay.
They had their moment, and that's going to be it this year.
Most like Jamie Rivers yesterday said what when we asked him what the Jets' prognosis was for the Star Series?
He didn't like their chances.
He said they're going to wipe their ass.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't want to repeat that.
That's where I come into play.
All right.
I'll go into the corners.
Okay.
I'll be your Nathan Walker. Hey, Action Jackson, my boyfriend Brian listens to the show every day, and you are his favorite. Can you give him a shout-out? Tell him hello, and that I love him. We love the show. That's from Becky.
Oh.
Okay, Beck.
I didn't think it was going to be a female. To be honest,
it was going to be like
It isn't.
Bill.
Yes.
It isn't.
Hello,
It
Brian. Hope you're having a wonderful
Look,
day.
you see, he just doffed his cap.
And Brian, Becky says she loves you.
My gosh.
So I hope that.
It's almost like a cameo from Jackson.
Yeah, it was for nutting. Yeah, I'm not even getting my beak wet here. So shout out to Becky and shout
So
out to
it
Brian.
sounds like you're not happy to do that for free.
No, I am happy to do it. Don't get used to it, but
So you don't want all these ladies who listen to the show to express their love for their gentlemen callers via you.
right. I don't want to be the conduit, or I will be, but for a price.
The Jet crowd was quiet. It was like a regular season game watching that. That's from the Dover Soul. You do wonder how a team comes off what is, the signature win in franchise history and carry that emotion over. They also, I think we have to be honest here, even though it seems like many St. Louisans are bonded by their dislike of the Jets after what took place. That is not their full roster. They did get Scheifele back. Stars got Robertson back. But I do think there's the hangover, people who, like Rory McIlroy, what will his performance be next week at Quail Hollow, a place that he has dominated in his career? Is there still a Masters hangover? Is he going to be, he's Rory McIlroy, he's going to ratchet it back up. Like I said, too mentally weak to watch the game, but Jets fans still populate some of my social media, Jets writers, and they're just like, wow, this team is dead tonight. And
well, they also played 36 extra minutes on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly 2/3 of an extra
Almost
game.
game 8.
Maybe that team needs Logan Stanley to pick on the equipment manager of the Stars. So maybe they need to dress him.
Assistant PR director Stanley just bumps him on the way to the
Grabs
end.
the mascot by the scruff of the neck.
Can you imagine a guy skating over to your bench and start pointing out players? And so, no, not you, not the defenseman. I'm talking about the stick manager behind you. I want a piece of him.
Oh, that's right. Bernie Federko will give us his perspective on the festivities. That's coming up. Andy Strickland in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Steve and Matz Matz is on the Stiefel dossier and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, all coming up on TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on TMA and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Well, I got to be honest. I'm still not doing well from Sunday night, and that's kind of pathetic, but I need to be transparent. I'm curious for you as somebody who actually played the game, and of course you were there with Alexa following the game, how that hit you, and 4 days later, what you think about it.
Well, it was shocking. I mean, I thought that game was over on Sunday. I mean, when they got the one, they got within one, but I felt, hey, they're not going to get a second one. There's no way. And especially as I was watching the clock run down, especially when Ehlers fanned on that first shot from the point, it was shocking to see that the puck went in. So I think I was like everything else and hoping that good things would happen in the overtime. But unfortunately, that's sport, and that makes it so difficult to swallow it. I don't know that the players obviously were devastated by it, and certainly the fans here were devastated. But as I say, is that that's kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes you get the right bounces, and sometimes you don't. And, 4 days later now I'm saying that, hey, I really was devastated by the fact that they lost, but I think that there were so many good things that happened since the Four Nations, and that the future of the team really looks bright.
Bernie, is there any downside at all for the Jets? Can they get so emotionally jacked up after a win like that they're maybe not ready to play the next series when it rolls around, having had their big franchise moment?
Yeah, Scott Arneal last night said it looked like they played like a game in the middle of December.
And affect them, but I mean, I think it does, Doug, from series to series. I mean, I don't even, whatever happened last night. I mean, it's still a best of 7 series. I mean, if you look at the Blues and Winnipeg series, I mean, the Winnipeg won the first 2, and certainly the Blues could have won that series. There's no question that they should have won it with the 2-goal lead in Game 7. But I mean, Dallas is a heck of a hockey club, and I mean, they got Robertson back. They're probably going to get Hastings back in the next couple of games as well. So I mean, when you've got Rantanen on your hockey club, and again he showed up last night and scores 3 goals. When you got something like that, I mean, Dallas is just a good team, and I think the Winnipeg maybe overmatched this time. And I don't think it's what Winnipeg is going to do. I think it's if Dallas plays as good as they can. I don't think that Winnipeg can beat Dallas.
In the moment, Bernie, were you frustrated when they would continually ice the puck and wondering, and I know Buchnevich was the most obvious, but at any time were you thinking, man, if they would just skate it up ice or just take your time, you don't have to fire it. What were you thinking as it was playing out?
Martin, I've always thought that way, and yet, the things have changed so much. I mean, in our day, and I hate to keep going back to that. I mean, if you ice the puck, I mean, it wasn't like it is today. When you ice the puck, you can't make a change. But in our day, if you ice the puck, reason why you made a change is that you're never going to get out there again because you iced the puck, and because it could come back and end up in your net. So you didn't dare ice it and tried for the empty net unless you knew that you were either over the center ice or you were going to make it into that net. There's no doubt in your mind that it was going in. And now everybody just kind of just fires at it. They don't even look. They fired it, and they expect to win the faceoff, or they expect just another thing to happen good on the faceoff. And it bothers me every time somebody ices the puck. And yes, there was at least twice there that I thought they could have just dumped it off the glass or dumped it off the boards. Take your chances that way. You don't want to have another faceoff, even if you have the best faceoff guys in the league. They're not going to win every one of them, and it sometimes comes back to burn you. And I was concerned too because the Blues, 5-on-6 this year were terrible. I mean, a number of different times they gave up a goal when the other team pulled their goalie. So I mean, I was not comfortable in this one, but I did feel though I was pretty comfortable after they scored one, but there's no way I figured they were going to score the second one, Winnipeg. So I hate that when the guys like puck trying to shoot it at the empty net. If it's not a certain thing, and if you got space in front of you, chip it behind. Don't fire it at the empty net.
It's interesting you say about the change, because one of the reasons Jim Montgomery said he didn't call timeout is he didn't want them to get some of their players off the ice because he thought they'd been out there a long time. And he did say he thought about it, though, like take a timeout, kind of redo the strategy with everyone and kind of reset. And that was one of his regrets he mentioned the other day.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I mean, they're always concerned about, teams are tired, and you had your best players out there trying to score goals, and they're tired now, so you may as well your team is tired too for the most part. I mean, you can make the change with your guys, because if it's an icing, you still can make the change. The other team can't if they iced it. Or I should say, they can make a change if they want, but they're not going to. They're going to have their best players out there anyway. But to me, if you feel that you got some tired players yourself, it doesn't matter. Get the timeout, and at least everybody's rested there. At least you can make some more instructions. So I would agree with Monty when he said that. I heard him say that, and I agreed with that. Maybe in hindsight, you should take that timeout, go over what your plans are again, and even if they're going to go over their plans anyway, I mean, it's still, at least everybody is thinking clearly because no one's fatigued.
You were part of some teams that suffered heartbreaking series defeats. How long does it take to get over that, to where you can start playing golf again 5 days a week and have some confidence in your short game?
Pretty specific.
There is never confidence in my short game, so I don't know if you're asking me that. But you know what? The guys are. I mean, the whole thing is that you really don't get over it because you won't get over it until really the Stanley Cup final is over, because now the guys are at night are watching hockey. I mean, and they feel that they should still be there. And certainly there comes a time where you can't do anything about it. And it should be that time now, but I think it's always going to linger a little bit. But I think everybody understands they got to move on. And even what Monty said the other day, the guys need to have a good summer, get some rest, and this is going to be fuel for next training camp. The way this season ended, and I think they all know that. Hey, they proved that they can play. They proved that they can compete. They proved that they have a new culture here in the locker room. As they keep talking about it, they've got that. They're ready for the next step. So I think that they're all going to be excited about coming back to training camp.
Bernie Federko is our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, where you can watch the program. We were talking about it in the commercial break, trying to figure out if there was a loss that you experienced in your playing career that would have been somewhat comparable to what this group of St. Louis Blues experienced. Is there one that you look back on and go, man, that was a rough one?
You know what? There's a couple. I mean, I think Game 6 in New York against the Rangers in 1981, we were down. We got back within a goal and ended up, losing that game, losing that series. That was the year we had that great season. They had 107 points and ended up. That was the only year that everything was 1 through 16. There was no divisions or anything, and we ended up with the second best record in the league, and beat Pittsburgh in 5, and then we were against the Rangers, and we lost Game 6. And I think that was really kind of a devastating loss because we really had a good team. We felt that we could win that game, come back to St. Louis, win Game 7, and we're in the third round. And then of course, after winning Monday Night Miracle in '86, going into Calgary, and we were down 2-0. We tied that game, or got to 2-1 on a power play late. We pulled our goalie, and that was devastating because we thought, gee, we can get one more. You never know, we'll be in the Stanley Cup Finals. So those are kind of the ones that hurt the most. But I mean, I think the one in Calgary, at least the sting wasn't there as much because we had got to Game 7 and we were so close to getting to the Stanley Cup Final, and that would it hurt, but at least we knew with the team we had was not. It was Harry Hornest. We didn't have what you'd call a powerhouse team. We felt pretty good about ourselves that we even got that far.
And Bernie, when you look at this team, you've been playing hockey your whole life. What do they need? What's that missing element? We talk a lot about the young players, the emerging core, but what do you see as a missing piece if you're talking about winning a cup?
You know what? I think there's a lot there. I mean, Holloway was obviously really missed. I mean, I think that you need to have 3 solid lines and then a good checking line. And I think that when you look at what the Blues done, that fourth line has been an unbelievable checking line, energy line, whatever you want to call it. Whether or not they signed Faksa, but I really, the way Faksa, Walker, and Torpchenko played together was unreal. And now, with the kids coming up, I mean, if Dvorsky can play as a second line center, Braden Shen can play wing or center. So, I mean, he's so, versatile that way. You add another, it would be nice to see another kind of like a power forward come in. Snuggerud can score, but it'd be nice to have some size, a big guy like Rantanen on the wing that can score. I mean, I think that would really, really be a factor because, the Blues don't really have that big guy there, big power forward. And then I think, with the defense, they're getting older. It would be nice to be able to find another, kind of if you want to call it, kind of a scoring offensive guy, but that's got some size like Broberg does. Another guy in that mold, and then obviously, you got to have a little more depth, up and down the lineup if you have some injuries. But they're not that far away. I mean, with Bolduc, if he turns into a 25 or 30 goal scorer, which he certainly can, and it looks like Snuggerud can do the same thing. You got Thomas is another year older, and so is Kyrou. There's a lot of strength on this team. So Doug will make this team better. He knows what he's doing, and certainly, with this being his last year, I think that him and Steiner will really be excited about putting something together, back for next season.
It does seem like they found their coach for the long term. Doesn't Montgomery seem like the perfect fit here?
Yeah, he does. Monty's just, he's a fun guy all the time. He's very serious when about the game, but the way he treats the game. He uses a lot of humor, and the guys are relaxed because of it. So I can't say enough about what he's done. He brought the team together. You like playing for a guy that's got a personality, and Monty has got a personality that he uses not just on TV. He uses it in the locker room, on the ice. The guys know that they got to work hard for him. But he's also, he cares about them personally and about their lives, and not just about what goes on the ice. So I think that he's a perfect guy for any coach job, and I think that's why he's been so successful at every level that he's been, because I think he's a player's coach where he's got the personality. He can talk to them. They want to listen, and they want to do well. They want to be good for him because he's a good guy as well.
Bernie, Jordan Kyrou is an elite scorer. We've seen that. We talk about him all the time. Can he do more of a two-way player? At this point, I think we know exactly who he is, and you need guys who can score goals. What could you do if you were on the staff, or if he called you and said, hey, Bernie, what can I do to go to the next level? I think Army described it as a mountain to climb, or he's ready for the next mountain. But what do you think? What advice would you give him to kind of get him to another level?
Well, he's probably got to get a little bigger and stronger if he can. If he can get stronger and put some weight on, put some physical, some meat on, it's not going to certainly help him. Now, I don't know if you can change the way he plays, and he really came a long way from last year. I mean, his defensive play, his 200-foot play was a lot better, and I think it's a learning process. I mean, he got run over. And that's something that's probably never happened to him before, because the game is not where, if you got your head down, you don't get hit. But in the playoffs, you do. So I think he learned something, and he learned that the way you play, you got to be stronger. You got to be willing to compete, and if you're in a position to get hit, you got to take it and move on and be ready for the next shift. So the only thing for him is that he's just got to bulk up. He's got to be bigger and stronger, and if he's that, then he'll be able to handle that physical part of the game more, and be able to not only get hit, but get in the way more, because he's not one of those guys that is especially even at in a 6-on-5 when you pull your goalie against him. I mean, along the boards he got rubbed out a few times. That puck coming around the boards, you couldn't keep it in. If you go back to some of the other games. So I think it's just getting physically stronger is what he's going to have to do. And hopefully that's not going to take away from the speed that he has. He's got it because he skates so well. If you bulk up, you get too big, sometimes you're not going to be as fast. So there's a fine line there. So I think that's something that he's certainly going to have to be.
Is the average player a lot bigger and stronger today than they were when you played?
I don't know. I wouldn't say bigger and stronger. I think they're more finely, tuned. These guys have personal trainers. These guys are, working out constantly, off season, during the season. I mean, when the season was over for us, it was playing golf and, working out a couple of times a week. These guys it's a job. It's full time every day, whether it's in the weight room or cardiovascular, whatever they're doing, but they do it full time. So I think that they're more solid than we were. But as far as bigger and stronger and this and that, I think we probably had more body fat on us. But certainly when you look at the guys like Twister there was a lot of size, guys with a lot of meat on them that were there for other things than playing hockey. They're there for intimidation and this and that. So I think it was really a total different makeup.
Bernie Federko with us here on the program. Final question for you. Who do you think is going to win this thing, and do you have anybody you are pulling for?
You know what? No, you know what? I really like, I really like Dallas. I've liked Dallas all season long. I think that they've got with Brandon coming in there now, I think that puts them at another level because they never really had a game breaker, and they do have that with him. If Heiskanen comes back, all of a sudden their defense, their power play gets way better. So I really do like Dallas. I still like Florida. I mean, they're down 2-0 to Toronto, but you don't ever count out the Stanley Cup champs, Carolina. I mean, this is a year. I mean, who knows with this Winnipeg series here? I mean, Winnipeg still. I mean, they won the President's Trophy. I still think Dallas is a better team than them. Edmonton, don't count Edmonton out. I don't think they're goaltending. I don't like their goaltending. I don't think they're going to be there at the end. And Carolina is still a good team, but Toronto, are they going to be able to make it over the hump this time? And again, I'm still questioning whether or not their goaltending is going to hold up. Wallace come in and played well the first 2 games after coming in after the injury there. But it's still a learning process for them. So I really think that, if my guess, you're having me guess right now, I think it's going to probably be a Dallas and Florida final still, because I just think that Florida has got that makeup that they're still champions. And but when you look at it, Toronto, Carolina, they're certainly really good. Still in the East, and you know what? I still like Dallas over the West.
There it is, Bernie Federko, the Hall of Famer. Bernie, we really have enjoyed the conversations throughout the course of a wonderful run for the St. Louis Blues over the last couple of months. Rough ending, one of the roughest, but it certainly has people excited for what is to come in the near future with this team. Thank you for joining us every Thursday throughout the course of the season and the postseason, and we'll look forward to talking again next season. Appreciate it, Bernie.
Gentlemen, always been a pleasure. You guys are great to be with, and you guys have a great summer, and work on the short game.
I sure support that.
Shot at Tim.
The long game is not very good either, so I've got a lot of work.
Thanks, Bernie.
Thanks, fellas.
That's Bernie Federko with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. And I am now going to go live bet Florida down 2-0
interesting
in the series.
choice there.
Doug, I have a fiduciary responsibility to Tam Avenue Capital Partners. You got that in the paperwork you signed. We had another cash call yesterday. That's the second in 3 days.
So I owe more money?
You're investing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So just
There's no paperwork involved. Cash preferred. Under the door.
If you do like the Panthers with Bernie Federko, you can get nearly 2-1 on your money for them to win that series. Let's see what we got. We got Andy Strickland coming from the rink, I assume, Martin?
Coming straight from the rink.
There he is, 9 o'clock in studio. Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Stephen Matz going to join us. Cardinals with an off day today. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way. All on the Stiefel dossier here on the Morning After It Is 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Caw-caw. You hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's what Lee's Chicken's got something for you out there. It's called the Battlehawks Box. What you get with that Battlehawks Box is 4 of Lee's famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, and 2 dipping sauces. I was eating some Lee's Chicken yesterday. I'll be honest with you. Eating some Lee's Chicken, and I was dipping those tenders in their Chipotle Ranch. Boy, is that special. I like their barbecue sauce a lot. Really good stuff over there at Lee's. And hey, Mother's Day is on Sunday. Maybe it's your job to cook this year, and you're not too great at it. How about picking up some Lee's Chicken? Go to Mom's Chicken Rescue. Find out more to get more rewards points on your Lee's account. But if you're getting that Battlehawks box for just $8.99 with those 4 tenders, 2 dipping sauce and potato wedges, you can save up to 30% on Battlehawk tickets, which means tickets are starting at just $14. Get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken location. And remember that caw is the law.
Is this Enrique Iglesias?
I don't know who it is, Tim.
Happy 50th birthday, Enrique
Is that
Iglesias.
right? He used Cassidy in one of his music videos, and I always am grateful to him for that.
I don't know him.
Her. And she's going to join us after Stephen Matz in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Andy Strickland is coming up. You know, Jackson buried this in segment 10-2 of the Stiefel dossier, and I personally am offended by that, but I think it needs to be brought up, especially before Martin goes to his
Don't burn a
onboarding.
topic. You'll get sideways.
Well, I'm not in the alliance. Doug, the headline, women are more attracted to bald men, study reveals. That's right.
And he put it down into 10-2?
Thank you, Martin. Should have been
Wow.
Reed. And I read in Van 2-1. It's something that many men worry about, but if you're losing your hair, don't panic. It might actually work in your favor. And favor was spelled with a U. Do you have a problem
I
with that?
do. Yeah, it means it's not coming from this country.
dailymail.co.uk. You're correct. A new study has revealed that bald men are actually seen as more attractive than hairy blokes. Anybody want the name Hairy Blokes? You can get it today or tomorrow, but after that, Jackson will not be changing names in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. In the study, experts, Doug, I don't know who these experts are.
Experts are no one. They just said that to give the article some credibility because they just made it up, the whole thing.
Experts asked 2,000 women about the features they found most attractive in men. While a muscular physique was found to be the most desirable attribute, a bald head was second on the list. This could explain the appeal of stars like Jason Statham, The Rock, and, of course, the great Vin Diesel.
No.
I didn't know Vin Diesel at the moment was considered to be... Jackson, is that still going on? You're our film connoisseur. You're the owner of goodorbad.com.
I mean, he's still doing the Fast and Furious stuff, so I guess there's some relevance there. But no, I don't think Vin Diesel is at the top of 25-year-old women's mind.
And what about all the stars that do have their hair?
What about them?
They just discounted them in this little expert...
What if it's an article about bald men? Why would they bring up men with hair?
But they're saying this explains the popularity of these bald stars. Well, what explains the popularity of the stars that have hair?
Other features.
So they ignore the hair.
Well, the hair can be a selling point. I didn't write this article, and I feel like I'm being asked like I did.
But, I mean, you did put it in the Stiefel dossier. Segment 10-2, by the way, should have been 7-1.
Yeah, I thought it was a good little article.
Bald sourcing here. Question.
Yes, sir.
Do bald men feel more pressure to be physically fit to kind of counter?
How about that?
As far as
you're taking a shot at my banana and protein shake routine.
But I'm wondering if that is in fact a thing that you could quantify. Like, hey, I lost my hair, but I'm going to be in great shape as part of my overall package.
I would imagine this, and maybe some of our older listeners can chime in on this, but I think that losing your hair, say, in the 1970s or 80s may have been a bigger deal than it is in 2025.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say that's true.
And I think us balds have Michael Jordan to thank for that. I think Michael Jordan normalized the shaved head, and then Bruce Willis maybe was the key in addition. So I think that helped the cause, because it used to be if guys were balding, they wouldn't shave their head. And then I think that's what freed it up.
Yeah, and we decided that a shaved head is much better than the horseshoe haircut look.
Correct.
The horseshoe.
Yeah, I like that. Like the Bishop.
Like The Rock now, though, the shaved, the tough guy.
No. Yeah, I mean, you see me, you think, I don't want to mess with him. Doug, you know Jessica Leone?
I don't believe so. No.
I'm surprised. She's the spokeswoman for illicit encounters, and she's quoted.
She's the spokeswoman for illicit encounters. So anyone who has an illicit encounter anywhere in the world, they explain things through their spouse or something through this spokeswoman.
Jessica Leone.
Okay.
You can be Jessica Leone in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Jessica Leone, spokeswoman for illicit encounters, which commissioned the study, said that attractiveness was in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, that's new.
This is a hell of an article.
Jackson, I don't know.
What's the beef?
I don't know. Where are we getting this stuff? How is this in your how does this get on your radar?
Keeping your ear to the streets.
Okay.
I like that. I like it.
It's a talker. It's a talker.
While many men worry about losing their hair, baldness could be linked to a range of beneficial traits. Studies have shown baldness in men is seen as a non-threatening form of social dominance.
What? I think we're overanalyzing again.
You going after Jessica Leone?
Yeah. We tend to overanalyze things a lot, and this is one of those cases where that's exactly what we're doing.
You want to break down the Pirates game again?
No, go ahead with your bald talk.
Bald men are also thought to be more socially mature, intelligent, educated, and honest compared to men who have a full head of hair.
Oh, what's
Thought
that
to be
based
by who?
on?
Who's thinking of that?
Jesse Leone over there.
Einstein had a lot of hair. So that kind of ruins
Do you
that
ever work
argument. Probably not. Nobody worked out back then.
Muscular physique topped the list, having been chosen by 42% of the respondents. This was followed by a bald head, 40%, blue eyes, 38%. Everybody on this dais has blue eyes, right? Am I correct?
I certainly
There's
do.
a lot of man candy in here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A beard. Man, this is starting to really resonate, Jackson. Is that why this link was included in today's dossier?
It didn't hurt.
Dark hair. Wow. And curly hair. I don't have the curly hair. I don't think anybody on the dais has curly hair.
No, how can
Godless perverts. What else? What else is on the list?
Yeah. Godless perverts.
Degenerate
listed by-
gambler. Oh, my God. South City Roots. Oh, my
Yeah,
Jackson.
South St. Louis is the thing that's most attractive. Other popular attributes included high cheekbones, blonde hair, green eyes, and a hairy chest. Women like a hairy chest.
No, they do. Well, I'm a little dolphin.
Clip that off.
No hair here. Couldn't grow a beard for you if you paid me. Wouldn't have to shave for a week before you'd notice anything. I'm out.
Coming from a bald-headed guy, everyone on here that responds back saying bald is cool are effing liars. That's from the 314, and they're not happy about this article.
Ed Holman asking the last time I shaved was a year ago. No, man, it was like I shaved right before I got here.
Okay.
It's Gabe's post-game show, Martin. You'll be able to look forward to that during the Missouri football
Can't
season.
wait.
Well, I don't know that anybody wants to go bald, do they? You can accept it and deal with it. But I don't think anybody says, gee, I sure hope I'm bald when I'm a little older. You think there's people that have thick hair that shave their heads to be completely bald just because they want to look like
Because they read
bald
this
guy?
article?
Yeah.
Jessica Leone has changed the way men view hair loss. Locally, friend of the show, Matt Holliday, did a lot for us balds. I personally don't feel pressure to be physically fit because I'm bald. I just do it so I don't look like the 400 section at Busch Stadium or someone who lives for a destined vacation.
Oh,
That's
damn.
from Alan Dadeville. My goodness.
Once they finally figure out the pill, the shot, whatever it takes, medicine to cure baldness, nobody will be bald, be my guess. Almost every
Take a
bald
shot?
guy, almost every young man who's going bald will do whatever they can to save their hair. That'd be my estimation.
Think about it. A dude embracing his hair loss rather than trying to comb over or wear a wig or whatever is definitely a sign of confidence and maturity. Or it could be, and I dig that. That's from Real Housewives star Sharon in Clayton.
Yeah, there's that. I think facial hair is an important element. Not only the muscular physique or trying to be in better shape while being bald, but I also think facial hair does a lot. Because without it, that's just a lot of skin, brother.
How come Kojak didn't have a beard?
It's just
Think about it.
It's just a lot of flesh.
Abe Lincoln certainly had a beard.
Yeah, he sure
A
did.
big
He
old
wasn't
head of
bald.
hair.
Yeah, he wasn't bald. Or I guess I don't really know much about Lincoln.
It doesn't have that
What
Janus hat on.
kind of known for a hat.
What was he hiding under that hat, Tim?
Yeah, what was doing there, you think?
Probably like thinning, stress related. I mean,
I would imagine he had a stressful
union
era.
was broken up.
For those not aware.
It doesn't seem like anyone ever wears the stovepipe hat since him.
Would you like to see Justin Falk was wearing what we think might be a fedora, but what if he would have worn a stovepipe hat
would
to
love
Cardinals
that.
Pirates?
Saw a couple at the Met Gala, and
The stovepipe hat?
yeah, I think it was more in the theme. But the stovepipe hat it's too tall. You know,
It would get in the way of the people behind you if you're at a game or something.
Pharrell will wear a 10-gallon hat, but that's still different.
It's the cowboy hat.
Yeah, but it's a high hat.
I wish you guys would talk about sports instead of unrelated nonsense and constantly referencing your YouTube chat. Nobody cares or can relate. It's like that annoying friend that won't stop telling you about how funny his group chat with his friends is. Give me the morning drive back. McKernan is a... And then it's a P word, but I can't say it. I don't believe anyway.
Rhymes with Rick?
It does. It does. So then you put them together.
I'm looking at an old picture of Lincoln. He had a full head of black hair, yeah.
Jackson, would you like to apologize to Abe Lincoln?
Sorry, 16. Didn't mean to do it to you like
16. Ray Langford? Brett Hall?
Yeah.
Was there a famous Rammy who wore 16?
Danny Amendola.
Paul Justin?
Was he?
Mm-hmm. Amendola was,
I don't think so.
Amendola was 16.
I'm going to fold. This Jackson knew bad Rams football.
He says it with
you might.
confidence.
I'm not betting. I'm not betting you. Okay, let's see.
Doug, do you have a part with Martin doing that little song?
well, I'm
Looks
gonna
up
let
at
it go
the
this
version.
time.
He's wearing some 80 and some 89. All these pictures. He's got his shirt off in every
89.
picture.
That was Jared Cook.
Well, they've showed him with. This is with New England.
Yeah.
Are you thinking when he was with New England or with the Rams?
No, you're saying Rams. I'm trying to find it. All of his photos are him with his shirt off and him with the Dolphins, him with the Patriots.
Amendola Rams. That's the Google search you're looking for.
Oh!
And there he is, number 16 in your programs, number 1 in your hearts.
Feel good about my fold. I had pocket eights, you know.
Well, when you're younger, you remember those numbers better than
I'm good. Numbers, I'm good. Like, that's a weird thing. I can remember what number people wore.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I have a full head of hair, but shave my head because Tim does. I would give him all my hair if I could because he's the best. Doug, that's big tuft. Doug / wore a stovepipe hat. That's from the 217.
It's true.
Slash?
The
Guns N'
guitarist.
Roses.
Okay.
Guns N' Roses guitarist. Yeah, famously.
As a salute to Abe?
I believe that's what it was.
You could say that he's the second most famous person to wear a stovepipe hat. I think it goes Abe and then Slash.
Mount Rushmore of.
Yeah, you got to go back to Tammany Hall, really. But yeah, I think you're right.
Boss Tweed?
Monopoly Man.
Yeah, he's on the Mount Rushmore as well. Your Mount Rushmore of full stovepipe hat wearers.
Now, the cat in the hat, that was kind of a stovepipe hat.
Nice. I think we might have just completed the Mount Rushmore. Andy Strickland coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. Stephen Matz in the 9 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. In the 10 o'clock hour, this is the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, the website is autoloanpro.com. Financing a car, there's only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Anyone could sell you a car, but it's going to take a pro to do it right. It's a large purchase. The financing can get complicated, and depending on your situation, you're not sure what you're able to get. They're going to help you. They're going to get you the lowest rate possible with little or no money down. They're working with you despite your circumstances to get you into your new vehicle at autoloanpro.com. In addition to helping you find the car, also going to educate you on the credit system. How does that all work? How does it get assembled? They've got a free playbook. They encourage you to go online, download the free playbook. Then next time around, maybe I'll buy this car. Maybe I'll buy this one the next time after that. Learn how it all works while getting your new car with the best possible rates available. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Auto Loan Pro. The only thing you need to know when buying a car, choose the Auto Loan Pro. Robert Thomas, right there on the website. You see the commercials during Blues games. Auto Loan Pro, they love their hockey, and they'd love to sell you your next car. They are part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Knicks come from behind a 20-point deficit and defeat the Celtics 91-90. Mikal Bridges with another late-game heroic defensive effort. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is actually in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat while on vacation.
Get off the YouTube chat,
Enjoy
Kurt.
your vacation, Chairman.
That's an order. That's a direct order.
And look, Doug, Andy Strickland is the meat and the Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn sandwich.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Andy.
One time I was on vacation in Mexico. It's very embarrassing to say this, but I left my family. My wife's family. I was there on vacation with my wife's family, and Yar Halak got traded to the Blues. And I sat in the little lounge there writing a story when I didn't even need to do it. Like, I would never do that in today's day and age. But I remember calling Halak's agent, calling John Davidson, all from Mexico, when I was on vacation. I think about that. You said somebody else is on vacation on the YouTube chat. Sometimes you just gotta shut it off, and I would never do that in today's day.
You would not do it.
No.
Now.
Who are you writing for?
ChrisPronger.com.
Pronger.com.
The Imaginary Times, ChrisPronger.com. No, I had a website at the time.
Oh.
True Hockey. So old school hockey fans who may have gone to the site occasionally would remember that. So I felt like I had to have fresh content. That was a big story.
That was me with InsideSTL.com.
Yeah, you know how that goes, man.
Yes.
So Yara Halak got traded. He was the big name, of course, coming off of the big run with the Montreal Canadiens. And I remember Chris Pronger actually texting me being like, he was terrible against us. We owned him. Just go high. Just shoot high. So...
Andy,
Yara Halak, my kid's coach, by the way, last summer out of nowhere.
Oh, is that right?
He was playing for a team, and we get there, and his coach was Yara Halak.
How about that?
Well, the assistant coach, but he was on the bench. Drank a lot of sake with Yara Halak in Chicago last year.
Wow,
Great guy.
random.
He's loosened up.
That's a good fun fact for no intel.
Yeah,
He bounced
enjoys his
around.
hockey.
He played for
He
a
did.
lot of
He
teams.
did.
I thought when they got rid of him, the Montreal fans being mad, they picked Carey Price over Halak.
Yes.
And I was excited because the Montreal fans were mad. I thought, well, they know their stuff, but that Carey Price turned out to be
He turned out good. The Blues would have taken Carey Price, too. I think that was part of the conversation initially, but they took the consolation prize in Yara Halak, and he was good for a little bit here. He had his run. He didn't get along with Hitch. They didn't really see eye to eye, and Brian Elliott kind of...
Kid Els came in there, didn't he?
Yeah, kind of took his job. I remember when Halak didn't start, they were in L.A. for a playoff series, and he and Hitch were just having a very combative conversation outside the dressing room prior to a playoff game. But
What is there to get into an argument with a goalie?
well, because he wasn't playing.
Oh, Halak demanded
He
playing
wanted
time.
to play. He kind of lost the net in the playoffs.
Yeah. That's what they call it. I lost the net.
They lost the net.
Okay, I like that.
Andy Strickland going to be with us here for a good portion of our 9 o'clock hour. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Questions for Andy, send them in. Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. We're looking forward to talking it over with Andy. That's coming up here in our 9 o'clock hour. In the 10 o'clock hour, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client as well. And Doug, I think after today, I keep saying it, and then it keeps raining, but I think after today, it's going to be glorious.
It's a real shocker today to look out and see that it's raining. Boy, we haven't seen much of that lately.
Goodness, I don't know where this came from. This iPhone forecast is warm garbage. It said no precipitation, and look what's going on. Anyway, the temperature's warming up. 88 is a high a week from today.
Jeez.
So you are going to want to make sure that air conditioning's firing on the cylinders. You want to work with Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. They've been the sponsor of TMA since 2016. Support the sponsors, especially our email today sponsor, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Our conversation with Andy Strickland. Coming up next, send your questions in. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Schnucks has the great rewards app, and it keeps getting better all the time. It's simple. You shop, you earn, you redeem, you get 2% back on every purchase. Just show the barcode in the app, phone numbers, check it out there. You're going to get money back every time you use the rewards app. You get a sweet treat on your birthday. Digital coupons are sent there. It's really helping you do your shopping, making it easier. You can also use the rewards app use the app to order online, the curbside delivery, deliver at home, Schnucks delivers, all of that one spot, Schnucks Rewards, the app, making it simple. They've got the great locations all around town. They're all great locations all around town. And in addition to helping out the community, thanks to everybody who took part for St. Louis Crisis Nursery, the great collection yesterday. The word is great today. That's the key. It's the phrase that pays. But people donating diapers, that was very helpful, and we appreciate everybody getting involved. And download the app and stop by your neighborhood Schnucks. For all your grocery needs, all those prices that have been rolled back, they're helping you save money when you get groceries.
TMA, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. However, I've been instructed by what I would imagine is one of our younger listeners to not talk about the YouTube chat because it's like a club that he cannot be a part of. Personally, I think this YouTube might gain traction.
You think so? And why can't a younger fan get on there? It's too nasty?
No, I think it's delightful. Tiny Peepee's in there talking and just said, don't forget your mamas.
Well, there's an important comment. Is he talking about Mother's Day coming up?
I believe so.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Andy Strickland is in studio here and talking it over. Lots of questions people are sending in for you. I was just telling you during the break, you thought the reason I couldn't watch the Jets and Stars is because it's so late. And then I told you, no, it's because I'm hurt.
Yeah.
And I think you were a little disappointed in me.
Listen, it's hurtful. You lose a game like that, those are the ones that remember. It's almost like... For you, I would say it's probably similar to Mizzou losing to UCLA back in 1995.
That's a nice play. That's a good analogy.
3.8 seconds left.
Was it 4.6?
4.6. I'm probably wrong. Yeah. There's an old saying like a lot of coaches will say prison rules, in the last 5 seconds of a game.
Yeah.
Who cares if you take a penalty?
It doesn't
so
matter.
If you got to slash somebody across the head, if you got to tackle somebody, you just do it. Basketball a little bit different because they can get points at the free throw line and whatever. But in hockey, you just got to, in the last few seconds, just strangle everybody so they can't get a stick on the puck.
In the moment when you were watching that, not with the benefit of hindsight, but in the moment when you were watching that, did you see trouble or you were like, oh, this is great, they're in a good spot?
Well, you always feel like you're in a good spot when you're up by 2 with under 2 minutes to go, but this has been a trend, and it's something that you immediately say to yourself and whoever you're watching the game with when the opposing team pulls the goalie is, uh-oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Can they finally figure it out this time? And this has been going on way too long. I mean, 15 goals against with the goalie pulled, and there's a reason why that's going to be the narrative throughout the course of the offseason. And, Jim Montgomery talking about wanting to study other teams who have had success doing it. Doug Armstrong mentioning Tampa Bay. I'm sure they're going to try to find a rhyme or reason as to why this continues to happen. When you talk to hockey people, and I've asked a few people recently, hey, what's the issue? And one of the main things people say is they allow the other team to enter the zone too easily, and which then allows them to get in the forecheck, hunt down pucks, and get spread out and kind of spread you out at the same time. But when you allow teams to enter the zone with ease, the way the Blues tend to do when the other team pulls the goalie, the situations that we continue to see tend to happen. And I know Army talks about getting seamed and the puck going east to west and getting to the middle of the ice. I mean, those are hockey things that they're going to have to figure out. But listen, you should never lose a game when you're up by 2 with under 2 minutes to go. But this has been a trend that's been going on all season long.
Did you watch the Jets Stars last night?
I did.
Did you see that final couple minutes? Was it eerily similar?
It was.
And there was one that almost went in off Ottinger.
I know.
Right in front. I think actually his teammate kind of helped him out. But what did they do differently?
Win battles and win battles on the wall and get clears. I mean, you're just trying to get the clock to wind down. The clock is in your favor, but Dallas was selling out. They didn't get out of their structure, as Monty talked about, where you had 3 or 4 guys in the corner all at once, and they're all just kind of, it's just mumble jumble, for a little bit there. And then all of a sudden the puck comes back up top. When again in the Blues game, and now nobody's in position to be, even get into a shooting lane or a passing lane for the puck to get to the other side of the ice with a guy like Kyle Connor, who's got a great one-timer, even when he doesn't get all of it. I mean, he got enough on it where didn't go where he wanted it to go, but it came to the middle of the ice, and it's got to have a little bit of heat on it for Perfetti to deflect it and get that much on it to get under the bar and beat the goaltender. I mean, if he completely whiffs, you're not going to be able to one-touch that into the back of the net under the bar. So, man, it's a terrible, terrible loss. I said, like, the one loss that even comes close to it, at least in my lifetime, was Yzerman's goal in double overtime over John Casey's shoulder with Gretzky, of all people, being on the ice for the St. Louis Blues. That team you really felt like had a chance to do something in the playoffs, and I felt like if this team
play Colorado in the Western Conference,
I think so. Yeah, I mean, listen, Pronger was talking about the other day how for years the Blues lost to the Stanley Cup champion. the eventual Stanley Cup champion. They did it to when they lost to Detroit.
Colorado.
Colorado twice, Dallas, I believe. The year they lost to Dallas went on to win the Stanley Cup. So I guess it's a consolation prize, but at the end of the day, it's not the consolation prize that you want. But considering the situation when Winnipeg's goaltender was fighting it as much as he was, he had an 83 save percentage, 75% save percentage on the road here in St. Louis. They were missing two of their best forwards for the first, 5 games of the playoffs. Maybe Velarde came back in game 4, trying to remember. But they didn't get Ehlers back until game 6. They didn't have their best defenseman for much of the game. They didn't have their best player for almost the last 2 games. I mean, it was there for the taking for the Blues, and that's going to be a tough one to get over.
We used to have a guy who worked on this show named the Non-Gay, and damn him. That's the end of my question. No, he used to always say the 2-goal lead is the worst lead in hockey, and we mocked him. And now it turns out to be true.
I know. That's what everyone always says, Doug. The 2-goal lead is the worst league in hockey. I would take a 2-goal lead. You would think it'd be a safe lead.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously it wasn't. And it's just how it all played out. I hate to bring it back up, but again, the inability to win one-on-one battles and just to get it clear, the icings made no sense. I will say this about Pavel Buchnevich. He's probably one of 2 or 3 players that I would want the puck on his stick in a situation like that with the game on the line where you need a little bit of poise or composure. And he had options, and it's easy to say. I mean, high-stress environment, I get it. But in that situation for a veteran guy, you'd like to see him make a better decision, because just by passing the puck up to Robert Thomas or getting to the red line or a soft chip where it's not an icing, that allows the clock to tick off and you don't have 2 seconds remaining in the game.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Well, Andy, people have questions for you, and I know you have answers. 314-399-9646. I'm just going to go through as many as possible. What's the cap situation? Are they able to extend $6 and $81 while also pursuing another D and center this offseason? Also, have you ever purchased a hat that is from a movie you saw and liked? That's from the 314.
From a movie? No, probably not from a movie, unless like NWA accounts. Remember the
sure, Straight Outta Compton.
I think Straight Outta Compton.
It doesn't take much to get us off track here.
What's wrong with that?
Let's forget about
he's
the
going to weave
movies.
into the salary cap, but he's just talking Straight Outta Compton.
They'll be able to re-sign 6 and 81. And listen, they may have. There's going to be
talking numbers.
I'm sorry, that was the question. Robert Holloway.
All right.
And that's why Doug Armstrong was kind of non-committal to re-signing a guy like Radek Faksa. Like you're not going to get Faksa for $1 million. He's just coming off of a 5-year deal where he's making over 3, so he's going to get some money. He's going to get paid. He's only 31. You use him as a 4th-line center. You still have Sundqvist here who's under contract for 1 more year, so you may want to get quicker. You got to find a spot for Dvorsky at some point. So I don't think the Braden Shen trade talk is over, and we'll see if that comes back into play and when it does. And I think Doug probably has an idea of what teams he could work out a deal with, considering he was talking to teams around the trade deadline. Whether or not Shen is looking to move and accepts the trade, he's got the final say. That remains to be seen. But, guys like Leddy, for example, he's got 1 year left. He only played 18 minutes, I think, in the 5 periods of hockey. So I would imagine maybe they'll look to move on from him if they can. Even Army talked about the other day looking to add to the 3rd pair defensively. There's guys like Falk who have a couple years left in their deal that may be a little more challenging. And again, he said he likes his top 4D, so maybe Falk isn't in the trade picture. But I think there's ways to free up money to sign some of those guys. They still have another year left on their deal, too. So you don't have to get them signed immediately. Same thing with Cam Fowler. He's got 1 more year left, too. So whatever his new contract looks like, it won't kick in until the following season.
Think Kairu's locked in, or do you think there's a chance they look around?
That's going to be interesting because Marty likes it when I talk about hockey trades, and that would like.
Oh yeah, you guys know what
that would certainly be one, because you can get a good player or certainly a good package in return. I think his no trade kicks in on July 1st too, so you got to make a decision. Listen, Kairu had a great season during the regular season. Nobody likes to hear that because, people have their mind made up about him. And maybe it wasn't the most courageous playoff performance, although he did score 3 goals in the playoffs, couple power play goals. He took the big hit. How that affected him from that point moving forward, I think it obviously did, if not physically, certainly mentally.
Yeah.
But he was a minus 50 combined the 2 previous seasons. He led the team at plus minus this year at plus 23. It wasn't the best matchup for him either. You know, like if they play Colorado, for example, in a playoff series where it's more of a track meet series and it's, you know, played at a little bit of a different pace and it's up and down hockey and not as tight checking as what we saw, you know, with Winnipeg, you know, maybe he stands out a little bit differently. But listen, you need speed on your team and you need guys who can put the puck in the net. He provides both of those. So, you know, he may not be your go-to guy at all times in every situation, but he's a damn good hockey player who's has 3 consecutive seasons with 30 goals or more. Nobody else on the team is doing that right now.
And he's durable. He plays every night.
And he gets hit and he gets back up and he never gets hurt. So there's a lot of positives. I think the positives far outweigh the negatives. I was even talking to one of the coaches the other day and, like, in a private conversation, he had nothing negative to say about Kyrou. And I think he would have offered up that opinion if he really felt that way. I think he led their team in scoring chances. Like, he wasn't as bad as people make it out to be. It's the playoffs. He's not going to run through everybody. He's not going to run around trying to deliver hits, but with the puck on a stick, he can make plays. And at the end of the day, you need more of that, too.
Federko said he could maybe just bulk up a little bit. Not they're going to change somebody's overall approach or DNA of how they play the game, but maybe just a little bit.
Well, and he
bigger.
has, too. Like, you look at him now versus where he was a year ago or 2 years ago, and I think his mentality as a player changed a little bit this year. And let's not forget, he didn't have Holloway either. And the chemistry that those guys had created with one another and how well they played together, I think he really missed not having Holloway. But those 2 guys became so close off the ice and on the ice. And they were always the last 2 guys to leave the ice after practice, working on stuff on their own. And that's kind of what Ryan O'Reilly created here, and he left behind, where you see the younger players continuing to have that mindset. And he and Holloway, man, they're constantly shooting pucks off the ice in the shooting room. They're in the video room. It was Steve Ott who actually went to Jim Montgomery and said, these guys are hanging out together so much off the ice at the rink, you know, in the shooting room, staying on the ice for, you know, extra after practice, watching video together. Why don't we just play them together? And they started playing them together, and then they took off and had unreal success with one another. So that hurt Kyrou, too, big time, along with the rest of the team by not having Dylan Holloway.
Absolutely.
By not having 81.
81,
Just
Doug.
say the name.
81.
Just say the name.
Andy, we have a scheduled interview with Stephen Matz at 9:30, but if you would, we would love to have you around for another segment after Stephen Matz. But we don't.
Yes.
Secretly, Martin and I have been texting during this interview, and we were able to pull it off, Doug, which just speaks to how talented we are.
Yeah, you're really good.
We made a radio trade during the segment,
Right.
Tim and I back and forth.
You guys are always the last to leave the press box.
Well, Strick is here. We have a little Cardinal conversation coming up, but there's so many questions. And I'm scanning them.
A lot of numbers, Martin.
Hockey insight, and then it's like, what's Andy's favorite pizza? Is he into bald guys? How did his daughter's soccer team do? A lot of important stuff to get to.
Recovering alcoholic wants you to start eating meat when you're at Olive and Oak also, so there's a lot of things in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. You will stick around?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to that. That's going to continue in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Stephen Matz joining us coming up here on the other side of the break. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Andy Strickland, kind enough to stick around for more coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Doug, this is ominous music.
It really is. What's all this about, Jackson?
Jackson's does not have a microphone. He's in Nell mode. Andy Strickland, you can watch on YouTube, is lurking in the background. Maybe that's why we're playing the ominous music. He's kind enough to stick around for another segment. Stephen Matz is going to be with us in this segment. It is the Marcan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat, where Tiny PP is in there talking to Droid Effects, who says, yeah, I usually hit leadoff for us in men's league. Last night was co-ed, so I had cleanup. I'm in left field since I'm my best outfielder. So, Doug, you
he texted that in?
It's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. That he's on a co-ed team, and he's able to hit cleanup. He's driving in more runs than some of the women. It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Yeah, think about that part, too.
I'm not happy with that.
In the air, left field, and gone.
A little more excitement, please.
Michelob Ultra sponsors the YouTube chat. They've got to be delighted with the conversation. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's a Michelob Ultra. Also the sponsor of the Dotem. 2 weeks from today? 3 weeks from today. 3 weeks from today. Is the Dotem. Jackson, you playing on Thursday?
Definitely playing on Thursday with my dad.
Maybe we should do the eightsome thing.
Yeah, my dad, my cousin, and then a very close family friend. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, maybe we'll get our fathers together. I'll have my 7-year-old out there. Friday of the Dotem sold out. Thursday, foursomes available. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It's $170 per golfer. That includes, of course, all of your golf. That goes without saying, but it also includes all your Michelob Ultra throughout the course of the day. It also includes Donut Drive-In for breakfast. Then you got Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken for lunch. And then following on Thursday, it'll be food from Texas Roadhouse. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Doug. How about that? On Friday, the dinner is from Super Smokers, 2 days. But Friday sold out. Thursday, there are foursomes available. You can sign up at 101ESPN.com. And our charity partner this year, in honor of the late Brian McKenna, St. Louis Hero Network. That's who we are partnering with for the Dotem in 2025. May 29th and May 30th. Get a group together. And even if you don't have it, book it before they sell out. Friday's already sold out. 101ESPN.com. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental has a closest to the pin competition. And Pondoff's Anonymous podcast has the longest drive competition. And you can parlay me to win both. So that'll be kind of fun when I win both.
You think you will, do you?
Win the tournament.
Right.
Tim, I noticed some of the strict questions are sort of tailing off a little bit. Andy, what's the best dish to pair with watching playoff hockey? Would it be wings or salad with no dressing?
Wow, that's a shot at Doug's Dining at Helen Fitzgerald's, I think.
Salad.
Strick, how is the poor part of Ladue doing? Haven't had a chance to get over there for charity work lately. Hope it's still standing. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and that's a running joke on the Cam and Strick podcast where Cam says Andy lives in the poor part of Ladue. Strick is still here. We're waiting for Stephen Matz, but we could probably continue the Strick conversation.
And you want to discuss the poor part of Ladue, Andy?
You can use that mic.
He's in chairman. Yeah, you can just talk from there.
You're fine.
Right there.
I've got my own little. I'm like the weather guy, the traffic guy.
You're in the penalty box.
Well, I'm working on some breaking news too because
what do we got?
As of last night, was told to hold off, but I believe Anaheim Ducks, formerly the Anaheim Mighty Ducks, are going to announce Joel Quenneville as their new head coach.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
How about that?
Good to see him get another gig.
That's legit breaking news, sir. Wow.
So back to you from the traffic desk.
No, I got to tell you. I mean, we're in waiting for Stephen.
Am I on
Matz
camera over here or no?
You're over Martin's shoulder.
there you are.
You're kind of like the ghost in 3 Men and a Baby. Is it a ghost or is it a Ted Danson cardboard cutout? Nobody will ever know. But you are on the YouTube chat. So the Quenneville thing, what do you think?
Well, I think it's great, and I think he deserves another opportunity.
Yeah, amen.
I think. He's deserving of it. I think he's paid his dues. He's had to wait. I mean, you look at, Stan Bowman getting back in, obviously. Quenneville has done more behind the scenes to appease a lot of people, to get whatever help that required him to get back into the league and that he needed at the same time. I mean, whatever that is, I mean, he would obviously know, and those who are on the inside. But, you know, he met with a lot of different people. He did some stuff with Sheldon Kennedy, who's got a program, who has dealt with some personal adversity over the years. And I know the league wanted him to kind of self-educate himself on a number of different things, which he's done over the course of the last few years, and he's been wanting to get back in. There was a real sense of frustration from his side that he didn't get in sooner. And he knew if he didn't get in this offseason, it probably wasn't going to happen.
Just period.
But,
is that an age thing or is that a league thing?
Well, I think certainly an age thing probably comes into play.
He's
the
66
just,
for the record.
You know, reinstated him, even though he was never officially suspended, but a team didn't have permission to hire him as their head coach without the league giving the thumbs up on that. So the league just did that recently within the last few months. I had a chance to sit down with him maybe a year ago for his first interview that he did.
That was awesome, man. I watched it.
He was suspended and, fired by the Florida Panthers. So listen, this guy's been through an awful lot. I know it's easy to say because he's had such a successful career. He's made so much money. Maybe people don't care. But, this is an opportunity for him to reestablish his legacy as one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game, get into the Hall of Fame, and help a team that's got a lot of young, promising talent, too. They've got a lot of good, young players there in Anaheim, and a GM who he's known for a long time, too, in Pat Verbeek.
Do you think he had his choice of jobs? I mean, would this be his first choice? Do you think there were other candidates for him?
I think it's a safe place for him to go, Anaheim, not a ton of media attention. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of negative people that are, throwing, things out, on social media and whatnot, and there's going to be some negative reaction, but certainly different than what it would be if he were to go to Vancouver or something like that, in a more high-profile market. So I think he'll be a little insulated, a little protected, but I do think he likes the roster and he likes the team at the same time. They've got a lot of real young, promising talent. I know people look at Anaheim and say, well, they're not very good, but you bring a coach like him on board, and that should attract other players to come there as well in terms of free agency and whatnot. He'll do a good job there, man. Anaheim's headed in the right direction.
I'm sure there's some people who are somewhat fuzzy or unclear what the black mark was against him, because it didn't get too much attention, I don't think, nationally. Maybe it did in your circles, but I think in general it wasn't widely covered, I don't think, as I remember. Can you tell us in general terms what happened again?
Well, the whole situation with the player in Chicago who was
kind of preyed upon
by a member of the video
staff.
coach. Mm-hmm. And Joel Quenneville, the Blackhawks were in the midst of a playoff chase at the time, so he met with the general manager, the president at the time, after they had eliminated San Jose, I believe. And he was told that upper management would handle it. John McDonough, Bowman, Kevin Cheveldayoff was also in the room. He was working with the Blackhawks at the time, who now has been the long-time general manager there in Winnipeg. So all these other guys have gone on to work. He's the one that hasn't been able to. Obviously, Bowman was kind of kept out of the league for a little bit as well. But they didn't feel like he acted on it appropriately, even though the information that he was given initially is not the information that eventually came out in that report, which was a lot more graphic and a lot more detailed versus what he was told initially. So I think if he knew what he knows now, I think he would have gotten rid of the video coach immediately. Like, he's not going to sacrifice his career for a video coach who obviously has significant issues.
But the disconnect was that he was told it was going to be taken care of.
Correct. He was told it would be taken care of by upper management, and for whatever reason, they didn't take care of it. I don't think he was told in that initial meeting with the head guys of the organization the extent of what we know today and what we know out of the report. I don't think he was told of any type of assault. I think he was told of some inappropriate text messages and some phone calls and stuff like that. But in terms of the player hanging out with the video coach and going over to his apartment and some of the stuff that came out in the report, he didn't know any of that.
Yeah. It was all kind of a really weird story.
Super weird. Yeah. Yeah.
Andy Strickland is in studio with us here in the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Steve and Matz scheduled the call in. Jackson, nothing doing. Pitch out, nobody going.
Pitch out, nobody going right now, but working on it as we speak.
Okay, we could actually say he's in the bullpen.
Yeah, there you go.
Andy, there are a lot of questions coming in for you, certainly some about the poor part of Ledoux, but also about the Blues and what they will do this offseason. As you might imagine, we did talk about Kyrou. One of the things that came in was about the possibility of Kyrou being part of a deal for Brady Tkachuk. I would imagine you get asked about Brady Tkachuk quite a bit. What do you think about the possibilities of just in general him moving away from Ottawa, but secondarily the Blues and something happening there?
Let's go back to the news desk. Andy?
Well, you're not going to trade for Brady Tkachuk unless you know you have a contract extension in his back pocket before the deal is made. So, he's got 1 year left on his deal. You're not going to move on from guys that have several years on their contract, and especially a guy who scores 30, 35 goals every year without knowing that Brady Tkachuk is going to be here long term. And I don't know if that's in the cards for Brady. I don't know if he wants to play here in St. Louis.
Matthew kind of didn't.
Matthew probably could have. I think ultimately he made the decision to steer himself to Florida. I wouldn't be shocked if Brady ended up in Florida either, to be honest with you. But, he's going to be able to do exactly what Matthew did if he wants and ultimately decide where he goes, because nobody's going to pay the price that it's going to take to get him unless they know they can sign him to an extension. Yeah. And he's not going to negotiate an extension with the team that he doesn't want to go play for. So he's going to go where he wants to go. Not many guys can do that. I mean, it's a great situation to be in. Matthew and Brady are certainly two of them who can.
And Doug Armstrong was telling us when he was in here a few weeks ago, it's sometimes hard to compete against teams that are in states that have no state income tax. Because you sign a huge contract, that amounts to big dollars.
Well, especially when they're winning.
Yeah.
It's one thing if Florida's the worst team in the league, you're not going to find everybody wanting to go sign there. But yeah, like teams like Vegas, Dallas, the two Florida teams.
Mm-hmm. Nashville.
I mean, they have a huge advantage. But you still have to put the team together the right way, and
Nashville found that out.
Not a guarantee that you're going to win. And I'll tell you this: like players who are going to be free agents, they're not just going to go to a team that has no state tax if the team isn't competitive or they're not in position to win. Especially if you're a veteran guy with a handful of years left and you haven't won, you're going to want to go to a situation where you know you have a chance to win. But I think the way it's set up right now with Vegas and Dallas and the Florida teams, they're going to be competitive for a long time, and that's a big part of it.
And when it comes to signing free agents, what does St. Louis have to offer necessarily? Montgomery seems like he'd be a very popular guy to play for.
St. Louis is probably not a huge destination, let's be honest, for free agents. And the team knows that. St. Louis isn't typically in the news for positive reasons, you know what I mean? Like across the country, players see that. They don't get a chance to see the city when they come into town. They go to the hotel, they go to the rink. I've talked to more players, especially the ones that have come here and played here. They had no idea of how many great neighborhoods there are, and how good the schools are, and how great of a quality of life it is.
Probably happened with Cam Fowler, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's another one. So, word of mouth obviously gets around, and players who come here certainly like it. But the Blues know, in terms of attracting free agents, just for what you just talked about, the tax-free states and some of these other markets, it's a little bigger of a challenge. That's why trading and drafting is so important for the St. Louis Blues. They know if they're going to build a winner and be good consistently, they've got to continue to do what they have done, which is draft well and make intelligent trades.
You think Snuggerud was ahead of schedule? Like when they brought him, did they ever see him being on the first line in a playoff game?
No, but I think that's partly by design, too. Listen, he earned it. But also, it's like, hey, if he's going to play, this is who he's going to play with. It's like when Drew Bannister was the head coach, like Doug Armstrong, he admitted to us that, it's not something I would typically do, tell a coach where a guy needs to play or if he needs to play or who he should play with. But that was one mandate that he made. He said, hey, if Bolduc's here, and he is here, he's got to play a top six role, and you got to put him with good players. And that's what they did with Bolduc a year ago. And I'm sure the similar conversation happened with Snuggerud. You're not going to have him here and play a bottom six role or play in a role that he's not going to be comfortable in or maybe where he's not going to have success. or in a role that he's not going to play moving forward. So it only makes sense to get him on the power play and put him with good players so he can do what he does best, which is shoot the puck and score goals.
Where is Bannister now? Do you know what he's doing?
He's been like helping out like different OHL teams. He's been a consultant. He's been helping coach different AAA teams out in Ontario where he lives. But I know he's been doing some traveling and doing a lot of consulting with some different coaches around the Ontario Hockey League, a league that you cover very closely.
Yeah,
Doug's really not big. When he rolls into an OHL rink, Andy, the place stops. Andy Strickland in studio. Jackson taking blame for Stephen Matz not being on the show in the text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service. To be clear, Stephen Matz was supposed to call in. This is not on Little Jackie Papers. Who is?
And I think I was wrong. I've been corrected. Brady has 3 years left on his deal.
That was going on in the text inbox too. They were mad at you for saying you had a year left. That is also on
He's
Jackson.
got 3 years left.
We'd take 3 years of him.
So you could make a hockey trade. I just don't get the sense that Ottawa is going to be looking to get rid of their captain anytime soon. They just made the playoffs for the first time in years, and he's obviously a huge part of it. So it would take an awful lot to get him out of there. And other teams would be involved too, So, but I think his no trade or no move kicks in this summer. There's something that kicks in for him this summer as well. And Kyrou.
Hey, Andy, whereas it looked like in John Mozeliak's final year, the Cardinals, minus the Michael Hellman acquisition, didn't really have designs on making the final year all that enthralling. Do you think Doug Armstrong, as he says goodbye, wants to put a stamp on? I don't sense that's his kind of game. I mean, the legacy's already there, but what do you think on that? If there's anything,
he had
going on
his
there?
best year as a general manager, in my opinion, this season ever. And I know he won a cup before, and he had a great year that year, obviously, also by the trades he made prior to the season with O'Reilly and Bozak, and bringing Perron back, and Patty Maroon. They obviously got they made a coaching change that year too, and handing it over to Chief, and with Binnington coming up, but nobody really knew or expected what happened to happen. It just wasn't in the cards. But the Broberg and Holloway offer sheets set the tone for the season. Then you make the Fowler trade. You bring in Jim Montgomery. You get rid of Brandon Saad, which was an incredible turn of events for the St. Louis Blues. I mean,
what happened to him? Because he used to be a solid
terminated
player.
his deal, which you don't hear of too often. I mean,
no, but he used to be a solid player.
has to accept it. He has to accept it, and he knew that. Listen, everybody's talking to different teams, and he knew that he was going to be able to get a contract very quickly, and that Vegas would likely be the team. So he wasn't going to go play in Springfield in the American Hockey League. Like, he's an NHL player. It just wasn't working out for him here. But the Blues, to get out from underneath from having to pay him, in addition to everything else I mentioned that Doug Armstrong did this year, this is by far
that was a hockey move, Doug, when they let Brandon Saad go.
Impressive job that a GM did across the board. He should win Executive of the Year, although they typically just give it to the general managers who get to the conference final, because that award, I believe, is voted on after the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. But nobody's done a better job than Doug Armstrong. This is by far the best job that he's done. I shouldn't say by far, because he's had a great run, but this is a super impressive year. He had he crushed it this year as a general manager.
Yeah, I would say. Maybe the coaching move to bring Montgomery in was the best of all of them, you think? Because it seems like just a perfect fit.
One of them.
Didn't they want him last summer, and when he stayed in Boston, that they kind of went back to, what are we going to do?
Yeah. Well, you just kind of be patient. That's why last year it made sense to extend Drew Bannister.
Yes,
you
which
just
of course
wait.
waited until the Toronto and Boston series ended.
You wait until there's somebody that you want that's going to be available. I don't think you just go hire a recycled coach just to bring in. Now you're stuck with that coach for several years.
Right.
I believe Jackson is talking with Stephen Matz, who has just joined us. Cardinals traveling to Washington for the series with the Nationals this weekend. And Stephen Matz joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Stephen. Doug, good morning, Stephen.
I don't think he's there.
Jackson.
Hey, guys.
There he is.
All right, there he is.
There he is.
Okay.
Martin here on the program loves logistics. Are you guys en route to the airport? What's going on? When are you taking off for D.C. to continue the winning streak?
We are taking off, I think, around 3:30 today. I actually, positive about living in Nashville is it's a 40-minute flight. So right after the game, I was able to hop on a little 40-minute direct flight and take a pit stop in Nashville, and I'm going to fly out from Nashville tonight. So
you and Sonny Gray?
No, Sonny didn't come this time, but it is nice having that little direct flight to get a little 20 hours at home.
Yeah, a little break in the action. You play a day game Wednesday, nothing until tomorrow. How'd you end up in Nashville, New York guy?
My wife, she's a musician, so that's where it needs to be for that.
Well, that city is booming, man. That city. Do you enjoy the Nashville life?
It is. It's a nice place. We live about 20 miles south in a town called Franklin, and it's real pretty out there. So,
well, go ahead. So the team certainly got hot, winning 5 in a row. What's working right now?
I think our hitters and our defense have really come off to a great start of the season, and I think the pitching is kind of coming up behind it now. So now we're just clicking on all cylinders, and it's been great. I think we got a great team, and now that we're all firing on all cylinders, I think we can really do some damage here. We got we're at 500 and I'm starting this road trip. So.
And something Ollie said yesterday about the struggles on the road, he said, if you look at the games, we've been right there. The record is bad on the road, really good at home. Do you see that as well, that some of the road losses were games that just kind of got away late? And do you think you can overcome that? Because right now, I mean, it's a pretty disparate record between home and road.
Yeah, I think we can overcome that for sure. I think, we lost some tight ones there on the road. And like I said, it's you kind of get a reset after that home series, play good baseball, and you just got to carry it in. There's really nothing that changed, So it's everybody's doing their part now, and so I think we're going to go a nice little run, continue it.
You must be feeling pretty good about the way things are with you now. See, you haven't given up a run in almost a month. What's so much better for you now than in previous years at times?
I think for me the biggest thing is my curveball. I've been able to throw that. I've been getting some strikeouts on that. I've been throwing it really at all times. And for me, the changeup's kind of always there. That's continuing to be a good pitch for me. But the curveball's really kind of been the X factor for me this year. I mean, come in at fastball command and show 3 pitches, and so that's really the big thing.
Stephen Matz, our guest here on TMA. The Cardinals will head to Washington this afternoon, where they begin a 9-game road trip. I realize when it's all said and done, it's certainly just a statistical anomaly, but my goodness, the way you guys are playing at home, incredible. And the road, it has been really rough. Anything that you can put your finger on? I mean, this isn't like college football where the atmosphere is going to be overwhelming for 20-year-olds. But it is something that stands out, and you guys now have a 9-game road test coming off the heels of this winning streak.
Yeah, I don't have anything I put my finger on. We ran into a hot Mets team in New York and lost 4 there. That kind of skews the numbers there. I mean, and we played those guys good. We just lost a couple of those games there, but nothing I can put my finger on. Like I said, I think. We're playing good baseball now, and we're going to carry that into this road trip. So,
how have you dealt with your situation, Stephen, where you're in the bullpen and then in the rotation, possibly back in the bullpen? I know maybe they've been upfront about it, but I would think that's difficult as a pitcher to kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, it is difficult just with routine and different stuff like that. But they've been pretty good about communicating with me. If I have a few days off before my start, a few days off on the back end of the start. If I throw multiple innings, they'll give me a day. If I throw short innings, then I'm realizing I'm probably available the next day. So it's really just about balancing my routine. I'm used to starting, so just the in-between pitching routine could get a little dicey sometimes for me. So I'm just learning that as I go, just trying not to do too much. That's the big thing. I like to get in there and exercise and work out and throw my bullpens, but you really got to just kind of pull back a little bit when you're in this type of role.
When you call up your stats on ESPN.com, along with it, you get a video of you hauling in a great white shark on a fishing boat. Hold on. Can you tell us about that?
That was, and I think that was in 2013, and it's actually a bull shark, and it was actually through the Mets. The Mets PR was like, "Hey, this guy's taking people out shark fishing. Does anyone want to go?" And me and a guy named Sean Gilmartin, he actually was play with the Cardinals. We're like, "Yeah, sure, we go shark fishing." And lo and behold, we caught like this 300-pound bull shark, and it was pretty fun. It was a pretty wild experience.
Do you bring it onto the boat, or you just cut the line and let it go? How do you deal with that?
No, you just cut the line, let it go, and that was it. So,
Well, Stephen, you're doing great work combining with Adam Wainwright, the big league impact. Tell folks what you're passionate about.
Yeah, so I know Jessica wanted me to hit on a few things. Jessica's the one that runs the big league impact for Waino, and she does a great job with him and all that he does. And they got the big league bash coming up, and Waino's going to be singing at it. So that's going to be a pretty exciting thing. July 27th at the Factory in Chesterfield. Myself, Helsley, some other teammates will be there. So that's going to be a pretty fun event, and we're looking forward to that. We get to hear Waino sing. That's always a treat.
Yeah, Big League Bash coming up at the end of July. And you can learn more at 101ESPN.com. Stephen Matz joining us here on the off day, and the Cardinals head to Washington to begin a 9-game trip against the Nationals. Stephen, we always appreciate the time. Thanks so much for joining us on your off day.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Thanks. That's Stephen Matz with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, joining us, giving us his perspective, and Doug discovering that he caught a 300-pound bull shark.
Well, yeah, it says here great white shark, but he says bull shark, so I guess can't trust the news. Fake news.
People didn't like any of our questions, and then Doug had the shark, and I'm like, I kind of like that.
Yeah, that was the one.
Worth a shot.
That's the one.
Looks like a huge shark, enormous shark. He caught it. Good for him.
Andy Strickland has been kind enough to...
Is he still there in the traffic center?
He is. Yeah, he's on the phone. I mean, we're watching a real newsman in here.
Really? It's like Mel Kiper or something, getting the latest and greatest info.
Shadeur! Is he okay over Shadeur?
He was very heartbroken. Got a little awkward with him and Reese Davis on that dance, Andy.
Can you really be that upset about Shadeur?
I don't know what that was about. That was a very unique set of circumstances. Andy, thank you so much for joining us. And
breaking news?
Yeah, breaking news. The Quindle thing, certainly incredibly interesting. You'll be leaving with Martin, because Martin goes to this onboarding with Chaim Bloom at 10 o'clock every day.
I'll have Strick swing by and say hello.
Yeah. And you're back out to the rink, probably. Martin says you're always either going to the rink.
He can't come on the show. He's always at the rink.
Sitting down with Doug Armstrong today. It'll be on Hockey Sense tomorrow.
Oh, God bless.
Yes.
That'll be outstanding.
If I can plug that.
No, absolutely. I want to take a look.
Hockey Sense, is it on your YouTube page as part of the Cam and Strick?
Yes. We may put it out today.
Okay.
But
you've really kind of carved out a niche for yourself in St. Louis as the hockey master, haven't you?
You look very surprised there.
Wow.
I can't tell if that's I can't tell if that's a shot or not.
I was impressed because you have become...
You're really a psychopath about this hockey, aren't you?
You've kind of become Mr. Hockey.
You've nerded out and it paid off.
Doug, what's going on in this segment is Doug is discovering things. He discovered the Stephen Matz shark and Andy's prominence in the hockey community.
I used to call Marty the narcissist back in the day. That was the nickname I gave him because of the way he treated me on set.
Oh, my
God. That hurts
when Mike Danton was arrested.
Oh, yeah, it goes back to Frosty. The weird
Do you think he's only talking to you because you're vulnerable?
You were a younger guy, and I asked the question on TV, and I felt bad later, but I said, do you think Frosty, who was Danton's agent, real creepy guy.
Oh, yeah, the audio of that. Wow.
Yes. And I said, do you think he was targeting you because you were younger, as opposed to your journalistic chops? I didn't mean it to be condescending, but ever since, Strick calls me the narcissist.
Tom Langmeyer, the GM at KMOX at the time, was very upset with Marty.
Yes.
Oh, is that right? Really? I think John Hadley was, too.
Yes.
Push it away. I can't believe you did that.
I'm like, oh, shut up, doofus. Is Strick still behind a chain link fence? That's a callback to a high school football game.
Yeah.
Andy told me and Frank that he was at a game, and we're like, oh, really? He goes, well, I didn't actually go. I just looked through the fence. And we're like, oh, come on.
Who would have thought the most dangerous high school football game would have been at MICDS. It was like a major brawl.
There was a big old brawl.
Jackson takes offense to that. Doug, there's a question here from
Did you
caller
go
Buzz.
there?
We'll do.
Oh, okay. It was Parkway North versus MICDS. Of course,
There was a
Parkway
fight.
North,
Vikings
my
and
alma
Rams.
mater. Yeah.
Yeah, Strick, former defensive back, just like, Steve Savard, all the great football guys,
Yes.
Savard, Strick.
I didn't play for the Cowboys, though.
Doug, caller Buzz, who won Listener of the Month, sending this in. Why in fishing is it applauded when you catch the biggest one, but when lot lizard hunting, it's frowned upon when you bring home the big one? That's from Buzz. Do you want to attend to that since you're having a big segment?
Lot lizard hunting, you should not look for the big one. Is that what he's saying?
Doug, you've really carved out a nice niche for yourself on this lizard hunting.
You really have carved a niche, girl. I'm proud of you.
Andy Strickland is bolting. Martin is bolting. Jackson,
Enough.
Doug, and I are going to stick around for the 10 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's engagement ring season, and the place to go is Moritz Reusch Jewelers. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Longtime Rizzuto Show sponsors. And now TMA sponsors as well, online at ninjabling.com. And if you are in the market for an engagement ring or jewelry in general, Moritz Reusch, family-owned, local, and third generation, going back to the early 1980s. That's what it's all about. Dan and his family run this operation. And let me tell you, I was in there and I'm like, man, this is when I'm going to be looking for jewelry for my wife, whether you're looking for something for a loved one, whatever the case might be, this is the place to go. Here's my reasoning. Number one, it's a private experience. The store is located on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Gallery. It's in Richmond Heights. You can see that tower, of course, off of 170 and 40. And in addition to that, it's a no-pressure sales environment. How important is that when you're buying jewelry? Let's be honest. The way it usually works, you don't really know what you're doing. That's why you lean on the people who family-own, family-operate this business. They're online at ninjabling.com. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers. ninjabling.com.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with the Sports Center Update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Taking a look around the NHL playoffs, the Maple Leafs defeat the Panthers last night for the 3-year final. Toronto has a 2-0 lead in that series, while the Stars and Jets got underway with the Stars defeating the Jets 3-2. Mikko Rantanen with yet another hat trick, and now Dallas leads that series 1-0. That was another Sports Center Update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is this bulletproof?
I think so, yeah.
I like the way she says bullet. She says billet.
Yeah. This song's just a banger.
Was she a one-hit wonder?
Yeah, LaRue.
Yeah.
I can't think of another song, honestly.
And what is the music theme here?
Just stuff Jackson likes. Yeah,
Stuff
bangers.
Jackson likes, which is essentially what I think it is every day.
Pretty much.
10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Martin had onboarding. Chairman Kurt is hanging out in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, even though he's on vacation, and Doug, Martin, and I are concerned about that.
You'd like him to be out hitting the clubs in Boston even at this early hour?
Hanging out in Southie.
Okay.
I completed Goodwill Hunting last night with my son.
Did he enjoy it?
I'm like... I hadn't watched it fully in so long, and I'm like, God, I love this effing movie.
The last 50 minutes is just banger scene after banger scene.
And that's about where we stopped. We watched an hour, and then and we get done, and I go, so what'd you think? And I'm like, proud moment, couple micks sitting there together after watching Goodwill Hunting. And he's like, I don't know, I didn't like it. Too much yelling. And I go, okay, this stuff.
Too much yelling.
He didn't like the... whatever scene with Matt Damon and Minnie Driver.
Oh, yeah, it's a tough one.
No, not that one. Because when you're 7, you don't, you got the thing where you go, oh, why are they kissing?
Fair.
know?
Fair. Yeah, especially after chili burgers.
You had a problem with the fact that they were kissing after eating chili burgers?
Yeah, this is the...
Sounds like you're kink shaming just a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to let you know that.
It's still like there's a pickle in the mouth, and I think they make a comment about it.
Yeah, when you eat the burgers, you go ahead and swallow the food. You don't keep the pickles in your mouth.
That's not what happened with Minnie Driver and Matt Damon, who were really in the love affair. I shouldn't say it like that. They were dating. They were dating.
They were sweethearts.
They were sweethearts, but not by the time the Oscars rolled around.
Yeah, that created an awkward situation, unfortunately, Doug. That was Skylar in the picture. But either way, the yelling... he didn't like. And I also would imagine if you're 7, you probably don't really understand.
There's so
I'm
much.
sitting there trying to break it down for him.
It's not
There's
like
a lot of explaining. I'm doing cliff notes.
Yeah,
so tonight we'll do The Godfather and see how that goes.
Right, I was gonna say, like, is he want like Casablanca next? Like, it's just like these aren't. It's not that like they're like something like Goodwill Hunting is inappropriate for children. There's some bad language, but I just don't think you're emotionally mature enough until you're like at least in high school.
The Huntley hot wife Hunter says, "Of course you keep the pickle in the mouth."
Okay.
I just don't understand that one.
Well, again, this show doesn't kink shame, Like
no, we don't. We don't.
So if that's what people are into, we are fully supportive of it. Jackson, Victor Scott, and Martin, who's on onboarding, but we're still going to have him on the program because he was talking it over with him yesterday, following Victor Scott to Enos's mad dash, or Miguel Mejia in 1996 against the Dodgers in the Cardinal victory yesterday. Friend of the program, he is younger. He is Victor Scott.
How would you describe your own confidence level on the bases, and is it different than when you were up last year?
Yeah, no doubt. I have more of a known identity of being a base stealer and a base threat, so that's kind of where my confidence is being played into there. Just coming to the field every day knowing that I can impact the game like that is special, because not all the time the bat's going to be hot, and not all the time you're going to be able to hit a ball over the wall. But, to be able to get on base and impact the game in that way is definitely special to me.
How about as a team right now, to win 500 or get back to 500? What does that mean to this team? I know it's not a parade for 500, but a big step.
Yeah, it means a lot. This team's rolling. This team's fun. Definitely excited to see how the rest of things go.
Okay. Boy, he can get around the bases.
Oh, man.
It's
really
the best.
It's
I
so
love watching it.
When he rounds second, the way he rounds second.
Yeah, like
with
at an
his-
angle, like a tilt. That's how Willie McGee used to
That's
run.
my-
Like there was like a little angle, like 45-degree angle as he runs around.
Yeah,
the
they teach you to run with your left shoulder down.
That's what my dad's favorite player, Willie McGee. And whenever he talks about Vic Scott, which he loves, Vic Scott, he talks about how Willie it felt like his shoulder was about to touch the ground when he would round second. And I see something very similar in Victor Scott, which is awesome. You know, hey, listen, if you're not going to crank home runs, a couple first to home runs from Victor Scott will do just fine.
If we can just stay hot, we can get right back in this baby.
3 games back, second place ball club. These birds are younger, aren't they, Doug?
They're younger. I mean, would it stun you if they went into Washington and slapped around a lousy Nats team 3 in a row?
I like the pitching matchups. So, yeah, I'll take that. Philadelphia would be a hell of an accomplishment, but like I said, they dodged Wheeler. I say like I said, like everybody's been listening for the last 3 hours. But earlier in the program, I said they dodged Wheeler. Nola starts the 12:15 game on Wednesday, which will take, I think they're targeting 98 minutes for that one to get out of there. Then a day off before having to head to Kansas City, so they'll probably disperse and then get to fly to Kansas City. So I would imagine, kind of like what Steven Matz just told us he's doing. He went to Nashville, 40-minute flight.
Yeah, makes sense.
You think he went Spirit? You think he went Mid-America? You think he went Lambert? You think he was scolded by security?
Oh, I'm sure they yelled at him when he tried to park.
Probably Mid-America.
I would think a lot of these guys have plans where they buy into the private jet plan.
What's that
and
called?
you use it so many
There's
times.
NetJets and Wheels Up.
Yeah, it's like something. It's like essentially time sharing a jet.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sharon.
Use it so many times a year. That's probably what you do when you make $10 million a year.
Fractioning a jet, something like that.
Yeah. Doesn't it seem like there's more weekday day games now than there used to be?
Fractional. Sorry.
The Players Union must have had something to do with that.
Yes, that actually is a thing. I think we talked about it a couple weeks ago. I know I read about it. The Angels thing, where the Angels were playing a night game, and they had a road trip, I think, across the country.
To Minnesota.
And Mike Trout, who certainly has not been a banty ball player in his career, considering the nonsense he's put up with over in Anaheim, spoke out about it. It's just a garbage franchise. It's just, call a ball here.
It makes it tough to travel if you got a night game in St. Louis and then a game the next day. But they used to do it all the time. And I'm sure ownership would rather have a game starting at 6:45 or 7 o'clock than noon.
Sure.
Doug, that Bobby Witt Jr. is yummy. That's from Dale and Grubville.
We weren't even talking about him.
We did talk about the Royals briefly.
Okay.
Do you think Matz got to bring a +1 on his flight, or do you think the Cardinals are keeping it a small road trip? That's from 2023 and 2024 Texter of the Year Arbor Day. That's a reference to Jackson's wedding in Sweet Sweet Kai's, which is causing him to miss the Plowhawks wedding, which Doug is performing the vows, correct?
Yes.
Jackson says, I'm not going. I'm going to Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding instead. And there's a lot of tension in the TMA family tree over that move.
Go to hell.
Okay. Well, Steven Matz said his wife was a musician in Nashville.
Yeah, Christian music singer is what she is.
Yeah.
Nice.
So as far as a +1, unless that was the +1, probably not.
Don't worry about jet timeshare, Virgin. Your career path has you stuck on the Greyhound path. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Fractional, that's what it's called. It's called fractional jet ownership. Yeah.
Do you got any fractional jet ownership?
No, but if I made $10, $12 million a year, I probably would.
Hey, Tim, can we do a board op / producer timeshare? Maybe we'd get more drops. That's from Steven Time, who's not happy with Martin or Jackson now.
Steven Time seems truly insatiable when it comes to stuff like that.
So Craig Rutledge and Steven Time are insatiable?
In different ways.
You ought to keep that go to hell drop just right on your fingertips. So
I mean, this one?
Go to hell.
Yeah, you could hit that about 10 times a day.
Bang on it.
So you're not going to offer up a timeshare so we can get more drops?
Who would... whatever. You want me to just throw some drops in while Steven Matz is talking? You just hammer him with drops? That would be really professional of me.
No, don't do that.
Bernie Federko, Andy Strickland, Steven Matz have been on the presentation today, along with, of course, our discussion. And you can always go back and podcast on the program. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You can always go back and watch the show on YouTube as friends gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMA. STL. Email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you're a designer, client.
Well, of course I am, and you should be too if you want your HVAC system to work perfectly. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, a lot longer. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area now since 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp. That's a name you can trust, and he's leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and now we are also claiming they are the home of the handsome repairman.
Yeah. Cletus attracted to one of the guys who came by to fix his air conditioning.
Is that right?
Yeah. I think it was Jason. Was it Jason Jackson that he's attracted to?
Jason or Drew?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can make requests.
Ask for either one.
Like a barber.
Home of the handsome repairman.
Jackson and I are going to go live with the Tim McKernan Show podcast at 11:15. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's cool.
Papers?
11:20-ish. We'll say that just to be safe.
I got to go back and change my TMA fan page post.
I'm sorry.
It's really getting tiring around here, isn't it?
Oh, I
with
don't
this
know.
guy. Isn't it? Are we on?
Blocking.
Also, I just posted it in the YouTube chat that we were going to be going live at 11:15, so I'll go and apologize to...
You could use some time away, I think.
I don't know. I don't know what to do with it anymore. I just don't. But I do know we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in about half hour. It is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Now, is this Hove or is this Alphaville? It sounds like Hove.
Don't know.
You're going to hear Hove. It's the percussion that's the tip-off.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, right there, Hove. Sean Carter?
Yeah.
CMA 101 ESPN 10 o'clock hour. Martin onboarding. Chairman Kurt vacationing. Doug, Jackson, and I holding down the fort. Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Saw Alex Ferrario in the hallway while I was going to use the little Wizards room. And I said, man, I got to tell you. I say, we exited yesterday at 11:05. I'm just like, that was horse crap. That's 100% on me, but Jackson's fault. And I just like, what am I doing here? So that was just bad. So I got this clock management thing. I've been on 101 since January of 2022. Let's figure it out. I mean, 3.5 years in, I think we can maybe figure it out.
Yeah, that's a short time.
So 5 years, you think, is a good window to figure it out?
We went a lot of years where we just did whatever the hell we wanted to
That's
do.
exactly right. Low-powered AM radio and HD2. That's where the stars go to shine bright like a diamond. Is that Rihanna?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Shine bright. Right? Like, who actually, I was listening to an interview with Benny Blanco.
I love Benny Blanco interviews. He seems like a delight because he's like 5 inches shorter than me, and he like gets ridiculous looking glasses.
Selena Gomez is his fiance, and he's produced more number one hits than you can swing a stick at.
Doug, Benny Blanco's number one hits,
like 30 or like truly a crazy
what
amount.
are they? What's his big hit?
Like every major pop hit from the 2010s is him.
Doug's just asking for one name.
Give me a song.
Tayo Cruz's Dynamite. A ton
He
of
did that?
Oh, yeah.
He's old enough to be doing it.
A ton of Katy Perry's massive hits, all him. Justin Bieber, he's worked with super close. Ed Sheeran. But he produced Diamonds, and that song was actually done by Sia first. And it was a really
37 years old, Benny Blanco. So he was doing it like 20.
Yeah, he's super impressive. But he produced, and it was Sia, and the original Sia version is really cool. It's a little different, but it's quite interesting. I like.
All right, well, why don't you play it as return music then,
I will.
Sweet Prince?
I don't know if I can get the Sia version. He just played that off his hard drive. Well, it's like this was like news, But it's cool that you write a song and then some other artist tries to make it and they don't like it, and then you give it to another artist. Like, I find that interesting.
Doug, Benny Blanco has some cute curls. That's from MD 2020 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We don't cover as much Marist track and field as we should, as consultants say we should. Right. But I think you're going to enjoy this story. And I read in Van 2 and 1, one of the premier runners in the state, Marist senior Tommy Latham, will not be participating in the Georgia High School Association Track and Field State Championships Friday.
Boy.
This comes after the senior UNC commit performed an obscene gesture while running in the track and field regionals in the anchor leg of the 800-meter relay. Latham's gesture disqualified him from the competition, as all of Marist's wins on the day were also forfeited. Latham competed in both the 1600-meter and the 800-meter before both of his victories in the events were nullified, with him being disqualified in the 3200-meter, according to KeepGoingRun.com. Do you ever get a chance to read
I've been a subscriber for years.
.com. The story goes, per KeepGoingRunning.com, I'm surprised that domain was available, that he got sideways with one of his competitors, and he and his team's wins were revoked due to, quote, unsportsmanlike conduct. The issue is the following. Latham has established himself as one of the nation's most elite high school athletes. Last January, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year, an honor given to the most outstanding up-and-coming high schooler in track and field in the U.S. And the issue, per the story, is before the race, he got sideways with a competitor, Doug.
Okay.
And that'll happen. You got your rivalries in track and field.
Trash talking going on
a little bit, and he was motivated by the trash talk.
Okay.
So as it turns out, the motivation led to him breaking a 4-minute mile on the Marist track, and in the state qualifier meet, an opponent was talking crap to him pre-race. Tommy proceeded to smoke him. Tommy lapped him, and as Tommy was running past him, he flipped him off.
Okay.
An official saw it, disqualified him for the race and every other race that he was entered in. And because it was the state qualifier, Tommy Latham, who is now going to North Carolina, will not be going to state for Marist because as he was lapping the guy who was talking crap to him, he flipped him off, and the official removed him and his school from the competition.
That's horrible.
Which one, Tommy Latham or the official?
The official's overreaction to that.
I'm kind of surprised that you're siding with Tommy Latham.
I mean, he shouldn't have done it.
Right.
There has to be some decorum and some sportsmanship displayed, but that's not the way to punish his entire team.
Right.
Would you even want to be one of those other teams that finished second? Oh, now I get to finish first because somebody flipped somebody else off in a race unrelated to mine.
I'm with you there, Doug. Yeah.
It's bad.
Maybe vacate that race right there, the one he was running where he made the gesture, but all the other ones?
Yeah.
What sense does that make?
Maybe
Guys, that Tommy Latham carries some big ones. That's Dale in Grubville.
Oh.
If you're lapping somebody like that, that's kind of badass.
I don't know. I don't like the gesture in the middle of a sports activity.
Especially high school.
But it probably deserved zero attention after that.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I tend to agree.
Maybe his coach calls him inside and says, don't ever do that again.
Right.
And that should have been about it.
When I hit a great tease, though, you guys, I do the D-Generation X suck it thing.
Big one, too.
Yeah.
You get up on the table.
And it is hurtful. And I'd like to see you disqualified.
Yeah. And all of your shows vacated.
Tommy Latham celebrated here in the text inbox by TMA listeners. That's for sure. Looks like they are a fan. Guys, this is a peak physical athlete. That's from MD 2020. Lapping a dude in a mile race. He's so awesome.
Seriously.
Guy should have a statue made of him giving the bird. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I did it once in ninth grade in a two-lap race.
Guy?
In a two-lap race. It was the 800. It was called the 880 back then. I mean, this guy was basically running backwards. I thought I'd made a wrong turn or something. I thought, no, wait a minute, I'm just going around in circles here. Yep. Well, yeah, that's not easy to do in a mile with legitimate athletes.
Right, it's crazy.
State qualifier, and you get lapped in a two-lap race. He deserved the middle finger. That's in the 60s.
And this is the guy who's talking crap, too. And he got lapped.
Right.
If you're doing a sub 4-minute mile in high school, you're moving.
Flying.
Cats and dogs. That's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year.
Right. So that you know who you're getting involved when you're talking crap.
Yeah, what are you doing?
And this isn't like basketball or baseball or football where like you might get in the head and they'll throw off their game. He's just going to run. You're just running. Like nothing's going to mess him up from running fast.
Yeah.
He's not going to get rattled because you talked a little crap.
You are welcome to email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. That's in about, would you say 15 minutes? Yeah, it's about 15 minutes. That's for when it is. Now, we know that Jackson tries to groom us on the NBA. I got to tell you, though, even if little Jackie Papers were vacationing with 15 guys in a 8-bed location this week, I still would say what's going on with the Knicks and Celtics is worthy of discussion, and this has nothing to do. I mean, the Celtics have blown 2 20-point leads in games 1 and 2. Jackson says, just like Bernie Federko said, to still take the Panthers, even though they're down 2-0. Jackson says to still take the Celtics in the series, and the Celtics are actually minus 105, even though they're down 2-0, whereas the Panthers are plus 185, down 2-0. But what was going on in New York after the Celtics blew the lead yet again?
So this one was actually after game 1, but I imagine it's even going to be worse after game 2. A lot of bleeps in here. A lot of bleeps.
Oh, no. How am I going to explain this to my kids?
Well, because I bleeped it, you don't have to. But
Nice.
these are Knick fans on the streets of New York following their game 1 win over Boston.
It's the first game of a series?
We'll just wait.
We need 3 more wins. Let's calm down.
My goodness.
Boston! Feeling good, man. Tatum. Light skin curly headed bitch. New York on top. What's up, baby? You, Boston. Derek White, you look like Baraka from Mortal Kombat. You Knicks in 4. Jason Tatum. Boston's your f***ing daddy. This is only the beginning. We have to stay calm, cool, and collected. Blades fly. Babies cry. Celtics, we're going to have to say goodbye. Leave this talking for people like Draymond Green and that motherfucker at ESPN with a parking spot for forehead. Go, New York, go, New York, go. Hey, yo, my job, my boss. New York City, New York Knicks, Everybody, Captain Crunch, Jalen Brunson, Knicks in 4, baby. Hey, OKD don't even come to the Knicks. We don't need your ass.
I just came on here to say big Vaughn. New York's the boy.
Smoking on that big leprechaun pipe bullshit. Knicks and shit. Bring it, take it. Let's go. Reggie Miller, you're a Jalen Brown, Bobby Brown, Dookie Brown, Knicks in 6, stop playing with us. Yeah! Don't give a about Jason Tatum, born on tomato. We still gonna slay him. Knicks in 5, baby. Let's go.
Sounds like there was 100,000 people out there.
Where was that?
It was Times Square.
Oh, what in the hell? Times Square is usually tourists. The hell was going on?
It might have been Times Square, but I mean, the games was in Boston, so it couldn't have been outside
that's why I'm wondering, like, where would you, like, that's what would sound like a tumor's corner after Auburn wins a game. I just don't know what the hell's going on in New York where it's, like Doug said, it sounded like there were 100,000 people out there.
I think there might have been like some with like, you know, how the Jets were doing like a street watch party kind of thing. I think there might have been something similar going on, maybe right outside MSG, which is of course in Midtown.
Let's go back to them after Boston wins the series.
Yeah, no, seriously. But there's always stuff like that when the Knicks win, and I think it's so funny.
The NBA is trash. It's horrible. It's from the Veiled Prophet.
Whatever.
That's your response.
I mean, like, there's been like 5 games of round 2, and 3 of them have come down to the last second, 3 or 4.
Like, the favorites are struggling, Doug.
It's just been pretty outstanding to watch. I've enjoyed it. Teams go down 20, 25 and still come back. I think it's pretty great.
Sounds like a Dave Chappelle skit. That's from the 618.
Kind of did.
Guys, that audio's from outside of MSG. So
okay, yeah. All right. So it must have been like some sort of watch party thing.
I'm surprised they have watch parties.
Yeah.
That's usually kind of a smaller market thing. I feel like it is, but maybe I'm off the mark.
For reasons just like that, having that right there.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe they put up a big
gold.
screen outside or
Yeah, something like that. There's not a lot of areas just stand in the street in New York, though.
Guys, my daughter was sent to JV because of sportsmanship once, and her way of telling the coach to F off was to swim the entire 50-yard sprint underwater and still win. It was a proud moment. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. How about that?
50-yard sprint. So she went the entire length of the pool underwater in like a freestyle event?
It's kind of hardcore. Rough, rugged, and raw.
Kind of not many people could do it. Hold their breath that long.
Yeah, it's impressive. I like the dolphin flip they do, too, when they, on their way back in the pool. I think that's very impressive.
Mm-hmm. But different than the NBA fans.
Very different.
Different story.
Nice comeback, you public school educated dweeb. That's from the Veiled Prophet in response to NBA is trash, horrible.
Oh, okay.
But there was a smiley face at the end of it.
Doesn't help.
No. Doesn't deserve much of a comeback.
He called me a dweeb.
Yeah,
That's not
some
nice.
people like things.
Is that nice? No, it's not nice at all.
Thanks.
Not a dweeb.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. I'm giving a wide berth for it. Just horrible clock management. I was telling Martin that because I know Martin was at onboarding yesterday, and I said, man, I'll tell you, he goes, shoot, we'll fix it. I go, that's exactly right. That was what Mike Martz said when asked about clock management. Shoot, we'll fix it. Shoot, we'll fix it with the clock management. It's coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, is this the Sia version or the Rihanna version?
I don't know what it is.
My wife always told me she was really into Rihanna, so I'm trying to set that up.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. Well, Father's Day is only a month away.
Anna Marie got suspended anyway for 6 days.
For breaking the TV.
She's out a little bit. And she got that 40% tariff because it's believed she may have ties to Trendy or Agua with her
I was amazed how you and Martin, I was talking with Joe Buck too. Everybody was like, man, that's great that she cares that much. And I'm like, okay, I'm glad, because I was kind of like, oh, well, I'm not going to tell this story on the air, but since everybody liked how much she was passionate about the Blues giving up that goal with 1.6 seconds left. But at the same time, you guys aren't the one who have to pay for the new TV.
No, it's fine if someone else's TV breaks, not mine.
God almighty.
It wouldn't be fine if your garage door broke either.
Well, you'd just call Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company.
I hope she doesn't fly into another fit of rage because, the Cardinals may lose a game on this road trip, and she's going to go out and knock down the garage
have
door.
to do a little anger management course.
Well, if it happens, and sometimes it does, Schaefer Door is the company that needs to come immediately to mind. In fact, you ought to put it on a little Post-it note. Schaefer Door, or maybe their website, right by the clicker that opens the garage door. So when something happens, you go, oh, yeah, it's Schaefer Door. That's who I need to call. SCHAEFER. That's how you would spell Schaefer. There's only one F. SCHAEFER. Best to call or text 636-782-3608. They will get you the quickest response time in the business. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and they have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or warehouse and have those big, giant doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They can take care of anything you throw at them when it relates to the garage door. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
You can text in Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Warson Woods Wacko was supportive of the Tommy Latham story. He is the track runner for a Georgia high school that lapped his opponent and flipped him off, and now has been suspended. And then the Warson Woods Wacko shared that his daughter was sent to JV because of sportsmanship once, and her way of telling the coach to F off was to swim the entire 50-yard sprint underwater and winning. It was a proud moment for him. And the Warson Woods Wacko says she's a state champ, Doug.
Okay.
Kwame Boyukas says, go lay down in traffic, Wacko. Nobody cares.
Oh.
And then Sweet Kai sent something that I would deem probably not appropriate. My kind of rules here, these are, I think, mafia rules. If you enter into the TMA reindeer games, you are fair game.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
But I leave the wives and the children out of it. I think that's a good. Good
probably
principle.
so.
It was so Sweet Kai brought the family into it. Jackson's shaking his head.
It's got to be better, my brother.
You just got to be better, my brother.
Okay.
Come on. A little decorum.
Are you mad now about the +1 and this is your way of taking the Wacko side?
No. I love Sweet Kai. I can't wait to see him next month. But let's just be better.
Sweet Kai?
I think all of us. I think let's take some stock, look ourselves in the mirror, and then try to be better.
Well, that's inspirational. I'm just thinking this girl that swims her swimming meets underwater, she must have gills. I mean, wouldn't you go faster on top of the water than below it?
Yeah, I think that was kind of the point.
I still wear water wings.
Do you? Well, they'll hold you up. They'll hold you up.
Hey, who's the bald 48-year-old out there with his kids wearing water wings?
I guess it would work.
That's the pervert from 101 ESPN.
I can't get that image out of my head.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Email in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Washington Nationals. 5:45 first pitch. Eric Fedde on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow. How large does a hemorrhoid have to get before you should see a medical doctor? It feels like I'm toting around an extra testicle.
Oh, it's time. It's time.
Maybe since Monty is a medical doctor now and has some free time, I can get that bald-headed beauty to take a peek. Any tips or even just thoughts and prayers would be great. That's from Joey Vitale's Face Dome.
Joey Vitale's Face Dome.
You, sun-kissed radio boy who looked to be the age of my first intern. You were downing Bud Heavies at Club Taco, petite inseam shorts, and oversized Sleepless in Seattle t-shirt. Your Sleepless in Seattle t-shirt's oversized?
That's a little big on me.
Hair like a backup quarterback. You fist bumped your buddy Knapsack. You have a buddy named Knapsack?
Close enough.
After saying content is king and my pacemaker fluttered. Me, 61, radio ad sales titan, still closing car wash remote spots like it's Y2K. Wore my best salmon-colored polo, untucked obviously, and dungaree jeans that haven't fit right since the Great Community Union Live remote debacle of 99. You're too young to know, but parties in the park is PG-13 compared to what used to go down early at small banking institutions in the 90s at 8:30 a.m. Those were the days. Nothing but song requests, key bumps, and marketing collateral used as drink coasters. Anyways, you didn't see me, but I saw you. God, did I see you. The way you said pre-programmed audio is the future while cracking your knuckles like watching a golden retriever deliver a TED Talk. I leaned over to your table and offered to sell your roommate ad space at midnight during Pet Chat with Dr. Dan. You said we don't even own a radio. I whispered, neither do my clients, as I kissed your forehead.
Okay.
If you're into mentorship, loose back hair, and hearing stories about how I once sold a block of dental ads during a traffic fatality report, meet me at the Buckle off Mid-Rivers. I'm gifting myself a new Fossil watch for crushing my Q1 KPIs. Didn't generate revenue, but my call numbers were through the roof. This morning I called the tile showroom 400 times and I'm just getting started. Because in this business, just like love, frequency wins. That's from Big Tank Del Vecchio, where media men, let's act like it.
Big Tank Del Vecchio. We're medium in. Let's act like it.
Morning, gents. This is a PSA for anyone needing a fourth player for the Thursday at the Dotem. A few things about me to consider adding me to your squad. I don't want to pay for my spot. I'm not good at golf, and I'm not really fun to hang out with. I can make up for it in other ways, though. I like the way the swimmer's dolphin kick at the end. Think about it. That's from Flip Wilson.
Flip Wilson.
And finally, I recently saw a video on the fan page with that translucent producer of yours saying he rubs his mom's feet on Mother's Day. I'm kind of new here, but isn't he like 27 years old or something? If you rub any part of your mom's body at any age, do us all a favor and keep that information to yourself or to your homeboys. I'm a slightly chubby fella who really values the sensual side of fried foods, and even I am struggling to see how foot rubs have anything to do with fried chicken. I can't wait until Father's Day to find out which part of Mr. Burkett's body Powder will be massaging. I'd even pay 1 million pan coins if I could watch that gentle caress. The most curious part is that Jackson presumably watched the video, which currently has 4 likes. Before posting it and thought, yep, that's exactly what I wanted to say on Mother's Day. It reminded me of the way Iggy used to proudly brag about the time he saw his grandma in a bra. Now, can anyone give me a lift to Boston so I can see the hotel room where the incomparable Tim McKernan was conceived? That's from Caleb Hammer, the YouTube financial advisor. Doug, he's got a YouTube financial advisor.
Caleb Hammer.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
It's definitely between Hammer and Big Tank Del Vecchio. I'm going to go with Big Tank Del Vecchio.
I'm going Del Vecchio.
Big Tank Del Vecchio is won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for the vacationing chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.